Hey, welcome to RERole. I'm Will, and I'll be GMing today. And this isn't a black eye, it's actually petechia, which is a small hemorrhage of tiny little vessels. You see, I had a skin infection that resolved, and then I went and exercised the next day, which spiked my blood pressure, and that infection had impaired somewhat the integrity of the vasculature under my eye. And so then that burst the vessels, and now it looks like I'm a ruffian or some kind of ne'er-do-well, but I promise that I'm quite frail. Yeah. Guys?
You done?
We are a TTRPG channel, and we decided to start recording our sessions effectively so people would show up on time and pay attention. We are starting an hour late today. Let the record show. So it's worked moderately well. We have also 4 out of the 5 people that we started with. So I guess 0 for 2.
Yeah.
But today we're going to be playing Daggerheart, and we're going to be playing in a homebrewed world. The frame world we came up with together, and then we'll have a jumping off point, which we'll explain here in a bit, that each of us will take a turn DMing a portion of. So it's going to be kind of fun. You'll figure it out as we go. But for now, I think we can just go ahead and get into it, right?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's play some Daggerheart. The Ramrock Mountains stood silently for centuries, without the people of Tulnira giving them as much as a second thought. That is, until a mining company stumbled upon a collection of interesting-looking stalactites, impervious to both their equipment and magic. Further excavation freed more rows of these strange structures, eventually revealing a wide cavern that reached deep into the mountain. A cavern that led to, well, no one could say, because nobody who entered ever came back. So instead, they chose to dig around the cave, uncovering what can only be described as a haunting visage lost to time. Nearly incomprehensible in size and form, they quickly realized those structures were not stalactites. And that was no cave, but a great, ancient maw. Researchers flocked from all across the realm to study the maw, but after years, nothing was gained and far too many were lost. It was deemed too dangerous and fruitless to continue. But the maw could not be destroyed, so it was condemned and abandoned. But obsession does not die so easily. A decade later, a fanatic named Tillian Thane released a paper outlining a history from previously undiscovered ancient texts. They spoke of an all-devouring entity who swallows entire planes of existence, transferring them into its own dimension. Thane claimed the entity was drawn to magic, but on Tulnira, it had been thwarted by the divine. These claims sparked a new age of divers, a cult that disobeyed the laws and sought out what magic and power awaited them on the other side. But it was only zealots that took the walk then. That is, until one of those groups finally returned. They returned with wealth and artifacts that changed the balance of power for the entire realm and sparked the most recent resurgence of adventurers. Because of this, kings and nobles started sponsoring adventuring parties. And over the years, a handful of other groups have returned from the walk, all with spoils that continue to reshape the power dynamics of Tulnira. What kind of hopeless spirits would throw caution to the wind, risking their lives for a fraction of a percentage at wealth and power, you might ask? Well, let's meet a few. We cut to one of the many suppliers of magical items in the town of Godsgullet, the boomtown that was born during the Resurgence. A dusty sign hangs out front of this modest shop sporting the name Marvels and Miscellanea. Inside, a small, thin, nervous-looking human shopkeeper with more than enough nose to make up for his lack of chin and hair seems to be engaged in a conversation with... Who do we see, Colby?
You see an Infernus. He has pale, lavender-colored skin. 2 horns that are about 4 to 6 inches coming straight up from his top of his forehead. He's wearing sleek gambeson armor that is a navy blue with some black trimmings across. He's tall, not necessarily super tall. He's about 6 foot, fit, but on the skinnier side. And he has a straw hat that the top resembles a mushroom shape. And there's 2 holes through the top of the hat that his horns go through. And currently, on his shoulder is a little chipmunk. Except this chipmunk also has pale lavender fur. It has 2 little tiny horns. And its tail, like the Infernus that you see, has a 2-pronged ending to it.
And the small man looks nervously at you and says,
Well, I'm real sorry, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. I'll keep an eye open, though, if anything comes through. I mean, I do owe you, after all.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you keeping an eye open.
Oh, I know. I can reach out to my connections at Springhaven to see if they know of anything. I'm sure they'd like to help out a fellow alum such as yourself.
Yeah, me and Springhaven actually kind of, we got off on the wrong foot. Well, not originally, but it might not go as well as you planned if you use my name.
Sorry, I just thought since you had asked me that maybe... never matter. I'll just leave your name out, and I'll just ask them on behalf of myself, and maybe that'll give me a quicker response.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
The least I could do, truly.
All right.
We cut again to a training ring under the beating sun, the midday sun. A broad-shouldered human and an orc stand, or rather hunch, panting, dust sticking to sweat dripping from their brows. One of them spits a tooth into the dirt in front of him and smiles. Who is he smiling at across the ring, Dylan?
He's smiling at the hulking figure of a Dracona with red scales, blue scales on his stomach up to his neck and under his chin. He's got sharp teeth that are covering or that poke out the top of his maw. Wearing chainmail armor, his 6'10" figure with his hunched over neck as his kind of posture is a little more hunched with his shoulders forward. He has a long sword on his hip, a dagger on the other, and a broadsword across his belt on his backside. He's covered in sweat, panting from the training, but has a smirk on his face.
The orc chimes in and says,
What do you think, Argo?
and the human says,
I think if we wait for him to fall asleep, we may have a chance.
and they both laugh and stand up, sheathing their swords.
I think we should break, though. I'd rather not have to be carried on the walk.
And finally, we cut to a serene field in the foothills outside of Godsgullet, filled with sheep lazily grazing on the grass. A figure sits on the periphery, not tending to the herd, but rather just sipping on tea and enjoying the view. An old half-orc shepherd approaches the figure.
You're not thinking of stealing my sheep, are you?
Travis, who do we see sitting in the periphery? So I assumed you would be able to
I was
tell
waiting for
who
my
was
introduction.
left.
Yeah, you gotta get the name into.
Yeah, come on, you said their names. Why not mine? Why not Travis?
Travis, you may speak now.
Before the orc, he sees a tanned skin, taller, little over 6 foot, kind of lanky, older gentleman. His pointed ears drooping slightly with his age, his neck kind of arched forward a little bit more than natural for elves or other typical upright humanoids. His skin's this almost like a leathery look to it, but generally doesn't look too out of the ordinary. As he turns and looks, and his kind of duller green eyes meet this half-orc's, and he gives him a nice, clean smile. His face clean shaven, and his dark hair pulled into a braid, just all of it into one braid that goes over the front of his shoulder, past his breast, and all neatly braided, and growing seemingly from his head and throughout the braid are aquatic plants that seem to thrive even in the open air. No. I'm not planning on stealing anything, sir. I'm just admiring the creatures of the plain. I'm more of a coastal man myself, but it's always nice to take in new views. But if I'm disturbing you, and he starts to stand as he grabs this wooden crook, which appears wet but doesn't seem to be dripping or anything, and slings a shield over his nicer leather armor. As he turns and stands, he stretches, and the shepherd can see on his back that the leather isn't full. It's more turns into straps that go and interconnect between these heavy plates that seem to be growing right out of his back, as this elf has ancestry with Galapagos.
He stops you as you're righting yourself and says,
No, I'm just kidding. I was just looking for a place to rest these old bones. You mind if I join you?
Oh, not at all, my friend. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking heating up some more water for tea. Interested?
Well, I'd never turn that down.
All right. I'll sit myself back down.
What brings you out to these parts?
Well, what brings many travelers to these parts? Throwing myself into what they call it, the maw?
Are you sure? I could always use some help around the farm. I hate to see good men throwing their lives away. You seem like an alright fella.
Well, I appreciate it. You seem plenty alright, and certainly capable of taking care of these healthy-looking sheep.
I appreciate that. Just seems an awful waste.
Yes. It certainly might, but the streams decide where they go. The leaves just follow.
And he kind of looks off over the sheep with you. But our story begins where they so often do, in a tavern, with the most recent band of mercenaries hired by the New Leaf Collective, a company that promises investors, normal citizens, a chance at a percentage of wealth that is recovered upon a successful mission. We find our heroes now in the final night before their walk, sitting in the corner table where they first met, in a tavern called Wise Men's End, a local staple run by the legendary old halfling man, once Lucky Ollie, the only surviving member of the first crew to return from the walk. He's a good luck charm, much to his chagrin, and due to recent events, a newly acquired ally of the party. A fungrel approaches the table and sets a tray of drinks down.
Ollie says this round's on the house. Tomorrow's a big day, huh, fellers?
It certainly is. Are you nervous for me?
Well, I certainly wouldn't do it, but Gods be with you.
He turns and walks off. You see as he walks off, Ollie, sitting behind the bar as he always is, with the perpetual scowl on his face, points it in your direction and winks.
Cindrix, that one's yours.
I thought it might be.
Mm-hmm.
I'll grab it.
That means this one must be mine. Reginald.
Thank you very much.
Ah, perfect. The same as the other two. Ollie sure knows how to whip them up.
That's right. That is nice. They put this on the house.
Hopefully it's not my last beer.
Oh, come on now. I'm sure wherever we going, they got beer.
I thought it was more of an ale.
That
Well-
could be that too.
We have a few different names for it back home.
Yes, we're from the same region.
Indeed.
So you know.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
As
So-
you all sit contemplating what may be your last night alive, most likely your last night in Tulnira, the weight of the whole event starts to weigh on you. And if there's anything you wanted to accomplish before you left or get off your chest, now is probably your only time.
How are you guys feeling?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually, I'm pretty confident in this group that we built. I mean, people have returned before. Why not us?
Can always appreciate some good optimism.
Well,
What?
how you feeling, Oz?
I've been content. Content for a while.
Well,
I'm not really sure if I feel any different now.
you know, we've been here 5 days, and you both know why I'm here. I'm here to find a cure for the mold that's messing with my hometown, back home in the Mogrel Forest. But I haven't really heard why you two are doing the walk. Might be something we share with each other before we go in.
I'm looking for something.
Okay. Is that it? Is that all I'm getting?
I'm sure it'll all start to make sense once we get in.
Well, all right.
But
All right,
Hey,
I'll keep an eye out for it.
There you go. What about you, Oz?
Well, I'm out here to see the sights.
Okay.
It's a story to tell.
I bet that is true. I believe that. So hold on though. You're telling me you came all the way out here to walk in the mall where nobody virtually returns except us just to see the sights?
Just to see the sights. I have a waiting pair of ears for me.
Okay.
And I can't wait to tell them a story.
That sounds real nice.
I
I'd like to
think so,
hear
too.
about that pair of ears sometime. But tonight's a celebration.
That it is. To celebrate a life long lived for at least me.
Yeah, that's right. I'll give you a cheers.
yeah. I'll join the cheers. That's a good one.
And to many more years for us, and then I'll cheers.
yeah.
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 It's not a
Alright.
race.
The night draws on, and you talk. Find yourselves quiet for periods as you reflect on really what the weight of this whole thing is and what brought you here in the first place. Is there anything else you'd like to accomplish before you go to sleep on the final night before your walk?
Something Reggie's doing is at some point he pulls out his pet companion box, and you guys can see this. It's this container that is given to me for Piper. And inside this little container, you can see I've taken a lot of time to make sure that the inside is like a miniature scaled down version of the Mogrel Forest where I'm from. And I whistle, and then Piper just goes in there, does a little turnaround, and gets all snug. Then put it around myself.
The companion case is basically a Pokeball
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
small animal companions.
Oh, I see. You took my suggestion. Change the color of the top of that one.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That does feel more natural. Feels right. You got a good eye for that stuff.
Well, they tend to change the color as they age, and adds some visual variety.
All right. Yeah, I like that.
Anybody else want to accomplish anything before bed?
Most Cindrix would do is sharpen and polish his blades, and maybe sit there and reflect on his life so far, and then what he wants to accomplish on the walk.
Sure.
You know, as evening starts to come to a close, and Wahi is sitting there and just kind of enjoying the atmosphere. He'll turn and go, "Oh, Cindrix, I almost forgot. I got you something."
Oh, did you?
Ruffle around his
Let's
bag
see
for a little
it.
bit, and then there's just this tiny little square, just parchment folded over it, lightly a couple times. So he places it, the seam, down on the table and kind of slides it towards you. Just, "For all that training you do, I saw this in town and couldn't help but pick it up for you." Slides it in
Okay.
front of you.
I'm gonna grab it. Gonna give it a feel.
It's light. It's just, a little rectangle, like a bar.
Okay, I'm gonna unwrap it.
In it, you see standard soap.
Ah, what is this?
Not the reaction I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Smells fruity.
Well, yes, I did spring for the fancier one.
You know, Cindrix, some people actually use that on their body. You
Did
might
say
try.
as I was about to eat it.
Yeah.
I don't eat it.
It is made of animal fat, to be fair.
All right, well, thanks, Oz. I appreciate it. And he's looking around for something to give back.
Oh, please, please.
I owe you one.
I'm sure whatever we meet on the other side, I would prefer you between the two of us.
I'm gonna add a bar of soap to my inventory.
Do so. All right. And if there's nothing else, the night goes on, you converse and you drink. And eventually, you make your way to your rooms. Cindrix, you sharpen your blades and prepare. All of you, I would imagine, sit in silence and reflect for some time alone. Sleep doesn't find you easily. Your minds race through all the possibilities that tomorrow will bring. But the sun has no such hang-ups and arrives right on time as always. Morning finds you all, and you make your way down to gather outside of the tavern. You're led to the office of enforcers that keep a semblance of law around God's Gullet, and you present your papers from the New Leaf Collective. You sign the final documents committing to the walk at the risk of life-ending fines if you back out, and you are led to the chapel for your customary final rites before the walk. The chapel is simple, like most of the structures here, but it is well maintained, and its 9 walls are adorned with a towering stained glass window depicting one of the 9 gods. A cleric meets you at the door and allows one of you to enter at a time to say any final prayers and make any offerings to the gods. Who would like to go first?
I have some things to say. Oh, well, more reflect on. Why don't I take the lead on this one, boys?
That's all right with me.
All right. Oz, you step forward, and the cleric steps up and opens the door for you and allows you to enter by yourself. As you do so, it's one room. It's beautiful, with the light shining through and dancing along the interior through the stained glass windows. On the inside, it's simple. White stone floors with a ring of marble statues, each depicting one of the gods, reflected in the window immediately behind it. They tower over you as you step into the middle of the room.
Oz will get on the floor, crossing his legs, and he'll produce a small little bundle. And a little stick of incense is sticking out, and a few other bits and pieces as he places it in the middle of the floor and spreads a little bit of sand just around it. As he'll just kind of pass his hand over the incense, and almost like steam kind of comes up off of it as the incense sparks and starts up. And he then passes his hands down to the other little bits and pieces sticking out, and they start to spark and smoke. And it's just a little trail coming up as Oz is sitting there, just kind of taking a moment, breathing the scent. And finally, he'll cup his hands over it and start to swirl and just give a small prayer. One that's common if following, he of the mountain, of the coast, of the plains. And he will then lift and inhale, and the smoke will seem to just pour into his mouth. And he blows it out, and it comes out as a ring that floats towards.
So we've established prior to this that the players will get some kind of a boon as a result of a random god that they are assigned based off of a dice roll. So they are basically bringing themselves into the chapel and offering themselves to whichever god will take their soul. And not that they are beholden to them forever, but the idea is that they will help guide them through the other side. And who that is will be determined by chance.
Here we go. Ooh, this is
The
first
one
roll,
true
isn't it?
god of the dice.
Ooh.
It's a 2.
Hey.
It's a 2. It's a 2, boys. We had a baby. It's a 2. Your ring of smoke drifts towards a statue depicting a tall figure with a cloak that obscures most of their body. The hood of the cloak pulled down, bunched around the sides of their face. A bald head, marked notably by 2 large, wavy black horns. Ivory skin, though it's difficult to determine with marble statues.
I know what he's supposed to look like.
And what you would recognize, at least in the stained glass window behind him, to be piercing red eyes. A long tail that ends in a crescent moon shape, holding 2 small scythes, one in each hand, crossed in front of his chest. This is the god of midnight.
All right, the midnight boon.
And as you finish your prayers, you feel like everything else in the room kind of starts to go dark. You almost feel like you're passing out at first, as like the periphery of your vision starts to fade. And just as you feel like everything's going dark, your eyes clear. And you realize in your hands, you're clutching a small sigil. A symbol with 2 scythes crossed. The sigil of the god of midnight.
Blackest
Perhaps
night.
a strange choice for Azwahi, but
Yeah.
a poor omen, some might say. But as he'll stand, he'll kind of just, stomp out the little incense fire and brush it around, spread it throughout the sand so it goes out completely. But is there ever really going to be a good omen going forward? And he'll march across the room and exit on the opposite side.
Okay. Who's next? As the cleric step forward again.
You want to go?
Yeah. Reggie will step forward.
And the players also
You go, I'm
notably
nervous.
had
Yeah.
had a
You go ahead.
had a chance to create their own gods, and we kind of worked together to create boons that would be balanced. So it was a collaborative effort. So if you're mad at which god you get or which boon you get, we know who you can be mad at, and it's
That's right.
Hooray!
which is honestly the best part of all of this.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, Reggie, you're stepping up next.
Yep. So Reggie enters, and I will walk up to this altar in the center, and I'll take a knee next to it, and I'll pull out this small vial, and in this vial is this gold-looking moss that is glowing faintly. But at the bottom of it, there is this black ichor-looking substance that's sitting at the bottom of the moss. And notably, the glow that should be there is gone. So I'll set that down on the altar. And Reggie will say, "Now this means a great deal to me," as he sets it down. "This is the reason I'm here. And I don't know if this is going to mean anything to any of you gods in here, but I might seem confident out there, but to tell the truth, and I'll never say this out loud other than here, I'm scared. I don't know if I'm going to make it back, but I promised some people important in my life that I would. So I'd appreciate the help." And then I'll set it down and take a step back.
Go ahead and roll a d10.
That's a 6.
Ooh,
6.
Oh,
that's not a 2.
that's not a 2.
As you step back, this is interesting. The moss sitting on the altar. At first you think, no one's listening. Nothing's happening. And then you see the moss is almost expanding and growing as it starts to encompass the entire half of the surface of the altar. And you see fungal growths that seem to burst out of it, probably from spores that were held inside of the moss. Like a small biome, a whole ecosystem is sort of growing around it. And you still see that rot, that corruption. But it's now outweighed by the balance of growth and life and abundance around it. Not a cure, but context. And as you look around the room trying to make sense of it, you notice the statue of a hooded male figure. You're unable to determine the ancestry. Probably human or elf. You can tell by the window behind it, the green cloak fastened, closed with a rope, and a silvery gray beard that comes out from the hood itself. This is the god of Sage.
All right.
That's my man.
As you look up to the statue, you don't recognize it, but a third party in the room would see that your eyes start to glow green, and you feel a warmth in your chest. As beneath your cloak, there is the symbol of a mountain and tree. Often, it sort of looks like a triangle with a tree in the center, but the depiction is of a tree in front of a mountain. That symbol of the god of sage that is now emblazoned upon your chest in green, this verdant green that fades into your skin and disappears. Though you know you felt it.
Yeah. I will nod and just under my breath before I leave, I was hoping it was you. And then I'll walk forward.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's interesting.
He
Yeah.
listened.
I sort of like the juxtaposition of Oz getting the God of Midnight. Too.
I know,
think
yeah.
There's something to do there.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
Then there was one.
Cindrix.
There's no more hiding, son. Get in there.
After waiting what feels like an appropriate amount of time, I'm gonna like peek my head in to see if it's empty in there, and Cindrix will walk in there, kind of look around at all the statues, taking each one in. I'll walk up to the altar in the middle.
Half of the altar is covered in moss, by the way.
I go. That's
Clean
weird.
this place up.
This place must be really old.
There's fucking sand on the ground and moss on the altar.
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw my dagger from my hip, grab the blade with one hand, and then just thrust down as blood starts to drip down from my palm onto the altar. And I'll say,
That's an offering.
my blood for a blessing. Help me find him. At least give me a sign. Something.
All right, roll a d10.
That's a 9.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Okay. As your blood drips and hits the altar, the first drip hits, the second. It starts to drip faster. And then all at once, it stops. You unclench your fist and you look at your palm. Wound is completely sealed. You look around the room to make sense of it until you notice a figure. One of the taller, more imposing statues. Unable to determine the heritage or ancestry of this figure either, as this god is always depicted wearing plated armor, full plate armor with a full helmet. A tattered cape with a mace sheathed at its side. The left arm, not humanoid, but rather draconic, like that of a wyvern with claws extending out halfway through the wing. Completely extended out to the side. Depicted always as being able to keep those who need protected under his wing. The other hand is humanoid, however, and you see it extended out in the other direction, with a line of blood running down the palm of its hand. You look down where the cut was on your palm that mirrors it, and now, instead of a scar, you see the symbol of the god of valor, a plated helmet on a shield crest.
Nice.
And for a moment,
Nice.
you do feel
Cool.
a modicum of security.
Sweet.
All right.
I will
The three
proceed.
of you have
With a smile.
gained Your boons. Do we want to talk about what those boons are? Or should we save them for when they come up?
Might as well save them when they come up.
Yeah.
And we're gonna
Yeah,
have them for the
same.
next few sessions. So
That's true. That's true.
When we walk out,
Stay
though,
tuned.
I'm gonna turn to Oz.
If we
Hey, Oz. I think I'm sure we got the same god. It's the god of sage.
Oh! Ah! That is my chosen deed.
Well, great. Is that who accepted you?
No, the sun is set.
Okay.
And night has fallen. But what's important about every night is that it leads to the dawn, doesn't it?
That's right.
That's right.
And without night, there's no rest.
Oz, did you get the god of midnight?
I did.
Okay.
Some may say a bad omen,
Hey,
but that's only if
nah.
you're blinded by the dark.
That's right. Hey, you said I was the optimistic one. That's pretty good right there.
You tuck that into your belt.
Okay, now.
As you guys are talking, Cindrix is gonna bust out the door. Boys, we're in good shape. Check it
Are we
out.
now? Oh,
That's
well,
your
fits.
hand.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Then the crest will be right here. This other hand. Yeah, I got the god of shields.
It is raised in
element.
his flesh, almost like a brand, like a scar.
Well, perfect. Then that comment I said earlier about making sure you're always between me and any other guy we meet in there.
True, as long as you've got my back.
The back's the best thing I have. And I'll slap my staff on my back and you'll just hear a
After your
Nice.
rites, yeah, nice. After your rites, you are finally led to the gates where your walk begins.
I should probably
Guys,
mention.
I gotta go.
Reggie has been carrying a great staff this whole time, just so when he has it later, you're not like, where did that come from? Just so you know.
That is an important detail.
Yes. And I'll
Cindrix
describe
is
it
also
more.
wearing shoes, so that when he's wearing shoes later, you're not surprised.
Very good.
Actually, would he?
I swear to God, if
That's
one
a-
of you guys
that's
uses
a
a
deal.
weapon you haven't mentioned now, I will scream.
Oh. Well,
Oh, shit.
I
You got a
mentioned
dagger?
I mentioned. It does have a name, by the way. My weapon.
What is it?
Let's hear it.
The
Or is
sodden
it a secret?
crook.
Sodden Crook. That's very good.
That
That's
is
very
good.
good. Just as it sounds nice.
Yeah.
But at this point, we are approaching this big old gaping maw.
You're approaching the gates.
The gates.
With the
okay.
portcullis down. This is a heavily guarded area, as it is of interest to many of the kings in the surrounding kingdoms. Kings and queens. Ruling bodies, we'll say.
Reginald.
It's Reggie. That's my father's name. You can call
I'm
me
talking
Reggie.
to you, not your father. So Reginald.
Okay. I guess that makes sense.
What kingdom is in control of these gates? Do you know?
Well, no. Never, now
Well,
that you've mentioned it. I mean, I heard about this while I was at Springhaven, and that's initially what pushed me out here, but people kind of talked about it in hushed tones.
Right. The political scene never really was a peak interest of mine.
Perhaps none of you know.
Yeah, well, I don't. So
If
it's,
anyone wants to make like a knowledge roll or would have reason to and doesn't need to make a roll, you would know.
But it seems here whoever controls the gate, kind of at the end, controls who enters the mall, right? So, just saying, just checking that political geyser. But maybe it's best not to poke those bears.
I'll say if you're interested, you look around at some of the guards and check to see if there's any identifying characteristics. You don't see any signs of a kingdom or a crest that you recognize.
Oh, well, I
They have
wouldn't know them
symbols.
anyway.
Yeah. So, yeah, unless you knew already, there's no distinguishing.
Yeah.
They're not wearing like it's this kingdom across their
Yeah.
chest.
Oh, I'm a guard of blankety blank.
Yeah. But as you stand all together outside of the gates before your walk, the giant portcullis lifts and the gate is opened. Dust obscures your vision until it clears and you see for the first time, without obstruction, the maw. It's impossibly big. Only a fraction of the upper jaw has been excavated, yet you have to turn your head from side to side to see it in its entirety. The remainder of the uncovered portion of the ancient being's face is confusing, an amalgamation of recesses and protrusions that hint at what may have once been sensory organs or defenses. It's symmetrical, yet impossible to decipher. The more you stare, the less you understand. 3 walking! The sound of the guard's voice snaps you back out of it, and you have to will your feet to move. The walk is no more than 50 meters or so, but it seems to stretch farther and farther. Until darkness. Darkness your eyes can't seem to adjust to, as if there is no depth to find in your surroundings. But you walk on. You walk on until your consciousness, all of perception, reality itself, is pulled like a raw nerve through a pinhole and stretched impossibly long. It lasts an eternity, but it's over in an instant. As you're bombarded with temperature and light and pressure from all sides, your eyes burn and the world is a blur. You can't tell up from down, but you're cold and, oh gods, you can't breathe. You're in water? Your mind races with possibility. You could be in the middle of an ocean. You may never take another step or another breath again. Is this even water? Could it all be over already? As your feet find purchase on soft but solid ground, and your legs reflexively push against it, desperately propelling you to your newly established up. Your head breaks the surface, and your lungs greedily gasp for air. You find yourselves standing, waist deep, in a small pond, in a serene, quiet forest. As your breathing slows and the alarms in your head stop sounding, you start to notice the gentle sound of birdsong and the buzz of insects. Light is breaking through the canopy in rich golden beams. You made it through.
Into the blue again. Into those silent waters. Seems
Reggie-
nice so far.
As we're treading water.
You're standing. It's waist deep.
Oh, I understand
It
that.
was just panic.
That's good.
Yeah.
Reggie pulls out his little companion, clicks it open, sees that Piper's still asleep, closes it, puts it back in his pocket.
Cindrix would have already had his long sword drawn at this point as soon as he broke the water.
Yeah. Like the opening scene of Witcher. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Reggie's also going to pull his greatstaff forward, and you guys see on this greatstaff, it's made of wood. It's about my height. It has carvings in it that look man-made or creature-made. Some of those are runes that you guys can tell are magical spells. Some of those are mushroom-shaped. Those mushroom-shaped ones glow a golden light, but notably some of them are either fainter or not glowing at all. And then there's one more that's a chipmunk shaped, and it is glowing purple. Constant, a stable color. And I'll look at this. I'll say, well, I wasn't sure if this was still going to work when we went through there, but boys, I still got it. And I'll like tap my great staff.
I have mine as well. And I think I'm in one piece.
Reggie, you notice first that buzz in the air. It's not just insects. The air itself is almost humming. You feel it in the back of your neck and in the hairs on your arms, like a permanent static that doesn't arc out or cause a shock. It feels strange. It feels good. It feels like power. Reggie, your connection to the arcane has never been stronger. Oz, you feel it too. It feels familiar, but not. Like wielding another caster's staff. Syndrix, this feels very strange. Almost like you swallowed your elemental breath and it's left coursing through the rest of your body.
I don't like this.
Oz will pull out the small little medallion and sigil and see if it's tugging in any sort of direction. Apparently, these are a way out of here. No one really explained how they worked. I'm assuming because they didn't know. So, guinea pig.
Well, do you feel anything?
I feel a lot of things right now. Am I getting anything from this sigil? Giving me a direction?
So you're just sort of like, well, do it. Is that sort of your approach here?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of seeing if it does anything at first. If it's just
I'll say,
sitting there doing nothing, then
at first glance, it just looks like a medallion. It's not a constant pull. But if you spent some time with it and, meditated on and thought about it, I think you would find that you were able to decipher smaller signals.
All right.
It's not as strong as a compass or something like that.
Well, I may have to spend some time with this. Anything from yours? Either of you?
I assess internally because mine was branded into me, right? It faded.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I certainly feel a strong connection to this place. Like more powerful than I think I've ever felt before. But in terms of
Very
specific directions or anything, not necessarily.
How are your boots, by the way, Syndrix? That we established that you're wearing?
Yeah.
They're wet. I might take them off.
Yeah.
But I haven't
Alternatively, if you want, I'm right at home here. But if you two want to step out of the water, that's probably a good place to start.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's start walking.
Yeah, I'll walk to the shore and try and just scan the tree lines.
Sure. Two things I want from you. Syndrix, I'll have you roll. You can roll Instinct. That'll be our first roll of the campaign. And Reggie, as you kind of start to think more about that feeling that you have, and you're trying to make this connection, as Oz has been questioning you about, do you feel anything? And you're looking for some sort of a direction. You feel that buzz, that energy. And at first, probably the logical connection would be this must be the gods doing, right? So you reach in and you try to connect with that. Roll a d20 for me.
All right.
Ooh, a D20.
A 20.
No way.
Whoa!
Yes, first roll of the campaign, boys.
Yeah.
Can only
a
go
crit
down
in a
from
different
here.
system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
I still got excited.
So,
Spawn.
say that again. What'd you roll?
I rolled a
you said
20.
20s are fun. Did you roll, Syndrix?
No, I haven't yet.
You can resolve both of these.
Is 13 with hope.
Nice.
Okay, so you get a hope and 13. Okay,
Ooh. I'm gonna turn that hope into a Slayer die instead.
cool.
Nice.
All right, so Syndrix, as you step out of the water and start scanning the horizon, Oz, as you sit back and relax in the water, apparently comfortable.
I'll be close to him, but
Yeah. And Reggie, you step out and start brushing yourself off, and you kind of center yourself, and you feel this connection with that energy. Assuming that it's the sage, you tap into it and try to channel it. Instead, you find something very different. You find an ocean of arcane energy that previously was not accessible to you. You tap into magic that you don't understand, and you feel it start to channel kind of from your core out through your limb, extending to your hand. It's a release of magical energy. Which way do you want to direct it?
I will direct it wherever these two are standing, the opposite way.
Okay. So on a natural 20, not that there are modifiers in this. You reach out and the energy coalesces into this green ball of pure energy in your palm. At first you think, well, maybe this was the work of the sage. Maybe he's pointing me in a direction. Before this like ray of gold and green energy strikes a tree and has no effect.
When that happened, I'll like right before it happened, I'm like, wait, Oz, wait, I think they're, and then I'm like looking at it.
It happens to everybody, by the way. It's not just you.
Yeah.
Accidentally shooting off magic before you mean to is like really common.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
What?
I'll
What-
look at the tree.
Right.
Well, I don't think that
What
did
was that?
anything. I'm not exactly sure, to be honest with you. I went and I tried to connect with the sage god that I have now, and I don't think that was it. But I don't know what that was.
It's not something I
Let me try.
recognize.
Syndrix, you focus on that power coursing through you. You feel that same surge. You have no idea what the fuck you're doing, but you're like, I want to do it. And through sheer willpower, roll a d20.
All right. 8.
On an 8, you feel the energy coursing through you. You point your hand at a tree, and you feel this overwhelming surge of energy in your chest. It builds and it grows, and you want it to channel to your arm, but it continues to build and grow and build, and you feel it instead channel up towards your head and kind of launch in different directions in your body.
Oh God.
Your vision goes completely black
Oh,
as you go blind and nothing comes out of your hand and you start to panic.
Who turned the lights off?
what?
Guys, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't.
Don't.
What's wrong?
You do it too much, you go blind. I think they did always tell us that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Sometimes you release a little too early, and if you keep practicing, you go blind.
Turns out.
I'm gonna try and
Eventually,
just play it off like nothing happened though. But everything's under control.
eventually your vision comes back to you and you're facing in the wrong direction,
Yeah.
trying to explain to them how everything was okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a warning.
All right.
If you were going to try this yourself, I'd say there's, based on my math,
Okay.
50% chance that you might go blind for a little bit.
Did you go blind for a little bit?
Never. I actually can't go blind.
Hmm.
But I could feel it as if it was trying to make me go blind, but I was fine the whole time.
You fought it back.
I resisted it, yes.
Hmm.
I just opened my eyes. I was actually facing that way because I wanted to watch our flank, you know.
Oh, how thoughtful of you.
But there's just know that's 50% chance you go blind and 50% chance you laser a tree to no effect.
All right, well, if either of those situations come up, I'll make sure you are the one trying it out. Because that means there's no downside so far, since you can't go blind.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe I should be the guy to take the risk.
Just double
I'll do
down.
it.
I'm under your wing.
Yes.
To be clear, you do still feel this surge of energy. It doesn't dissipate. It seems like an endless wealth of magic. This whole realm seems charged with magic, and you have no idea how to wield it, but you are able to tap into it. All three of you seem to be. It's some mystery effect that apparently is not always good.
Well,
You go ahead.
Syndrix, besides not going blind, what did you see on our flank?
Immediately before you were
Yes.
distracted by all the excitement,
Yeah, that was my bad.
you notice bird song. You notice the buzz of insects. You notice sounds that you don't recognize that echo through the forest. And in one direction, you see light piercing through the canopy, but also off in the distance, light seems to be coming in from what appears to be a tree line.
Something that direction. What do you guys think?
Just something in that direction?
Light
What do we
coming through
think?
those trees down there.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'll tell you what, out of all the places we could have gone, this one seems pretty good. I'll snap and a little purple flame appears above my hand and then I snap it off. I guess that's our only lead so far. Maybe we go check it out.
Well, better than standing around.
So we should probably be sneaky when we do this. And I'm just gonna crouch down a little bit. Start pattering through the sand.
Shink, 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 shink,
Mud.
This
shink.
giant
Yeah.
Dracona.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Komodo dragon style.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's on all fours.
Yeah.
that's
I should
terrifying.
say, before we move on from the magic, that in addition to these kind of random taps into this seemingly infinite magic pool, the spellcasters, you each get one free use of a spell that would normally consume hope
Ooh.
Nice.
without the need for that hope. And Syndrix, you get something special with your breath weapon, which you can use once per short rest, just as they can. And we'll just see what happens when you try to use it, and you would
Okay.
both get it at some point if you want to.
Sure. That's cool with me.
It's nothing game breaking, so don't try to grenade it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Final boss, and you're like, don't worry, guys.
I've been saving this for this
Yeah.
one.
But yeah, the magic here is strong.
Sweet.
And you said when we used it, it's not like it dissipated. It just is sticking around.
You can seemingly, at any point, attempt to pull from that magical well.
Okay.
You just don't really know what the effects of
Yeah.
that are going to be.
50% chance to go blind, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, statistically,
You might as well flip a coin.
from the data, yeah.
So far, there's been no reason to use it.
All right, well,
But you've used it twice.
I guess we are going to stealth that away.
Okay. So you guys want to go stealthily, it sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, we're going to do a group stealth check, which means that you're all going to roll with finesse. But one person's going to lead it.
I would like to lead. I have Lightfoot as a Wildborn. Actually, Oz, do you have Wildborn also?
No, I'm seaborn or
Okay.
coastal born, whatever
That's
it is.
right.
Seaborn,
So-
I think.
I have advantage on rolls to move without being heard.
There
do
we go.
that. Yeah, you lead.
All right, so Reggie's going to lead the way as you all kind of hunker down and make your way through. Reggie's no stranger to forest, so it makes sense. He's going to roll. You're all going to roll. His roll is going to be the primary determiner. You guys, for each success, will add a +1 to his roll. For each failure, we'll add a -1.
Okay.
All right.
And is this a reaction roll? So does this give us a hope? If we roll with hope.
Yours count as reaction rolls. His counts as an action roll, I believe.
Okay. That sounds right. We can.
Well, I have
Yours
14.
definitely are reaction
Oh,
rolls, but I
nope.
do believe his is an action roll.
I forgot. It's with stats.
Yeah.
16.
It is finesse, yes.
With advantage, I'm adding a d6, correct?
Correct. You roll your
Mhm.
duality dice and you add a d6 to that total.
That is
21.
a 19
With?
for me. With fear.
You little bitch. You weren't going to say it. He wasn't going to say it.
I was going to
guys.
say
He wasn't
I
going to
was-
say it. Okay, what was the total, though? Because I got too excited about finally getting my first fear.
19.
19 plus 2. That's huge. So that is a 21. You guys slink into the shadows. As you're stealthing through, you hear off in the distance a roar that breaks through the otherwise serene sounds of the forest. Just off to your right, far enough away that you're not worried, and you trust the pace that you've been walking and the stealth that you've been moving with. And then you hear breaking through some of the trees and snapping through twigs as you see, off in a clearing to your right, a large bear that rushes out, roaring, running fast, seeming to chase something, until you see dog-sized bipedal lizards running after it, a pack of them.
Oh no.
One jumps onto its neck and bites down as another latches onto its back leg. The bear turns and tries to bat them away as it's overwhelmed, and they tear into it.
God.
How far is this from us?
Far enough away that you feel safe,
Okay.
but close enough that you've got a pretty good view of something you would like to avoid.
I
Yeah.
hate lizards.
That's interesting.
Reggie, roll to see if you know him.
Yeah.
No. You avoid this, I assume, and continue on until you make it to the edge of the forest, where that light is breaking through the edge of the trees, and you step out at the edge of a cliffside, overlooking an enormous river, extending off almost beyond where you can see, flowing perpendicular to you. In the middle of this enormous river, there is a waterfall that extends the entire length, kicking up a mist that obscures the lower half. And at the edge of that waterfall, you see in the middle of this river an enormous city. A city full of shining structures taller than any you have seen before. A half circle with the flat side flush to the edge of the waterfall. The city sits in distinct districts, sectioned off with waterways flowing between them. Bridges, elevated walkways, and some strange structures you can't make out from this distance at first glance, connecting them. As the light hits it, you recognize these structures are almost crystalline.
Well, would you look at that?
It's beautiful. Do you think they're friendly?
I was wondering the same thing. Depends, I don't know. There's only one way to find out, though. We send in Cindrix first.
You are on a cliffside It goes
Yeah.
steeply down, and then
Yeah.
you
You're
have to
gonna
get to the
figure
edge of the
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
You're not at the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, maybe we figure out a little bit more about what kind of people reside here, and maybe we can try and blend in. Maybe
That's a good
one of
idea.
us
All right.
does that.
I'll see if I can find us a bear.
You think those are bear people down there?
Well, no, I saw some of the locals already.
Okay, now.
If we're trying to blend in, seem
It could be
bear aren't taken too kindly around here.
That's true.
But that's just what I've seen.
Maybe we start heading that way, and
Yeah, is there any like way around, or do we need to figure out how to like scale this cliff?
There is a decline kind of drifting off to the edge of the forest. Now that you're on the forest edge, it does wrap around down to a bank. So
Okay.
this is an enormous cliff drop off that goes down to a beach and the edge of the river. But there are safe ways. There are more
When
direct
we
ways.
were-
If you'd like to risk it, you could
We could have used
get there quicker.
yeah, that other god.
Stuff.
Um, when
you
we
brought
were
it up,
watching-
I thought about that.
yeah. When we were watching the bear get attacked by these lizards, could I have discerned if these all look like feral animals, like wild animals, or did those lizards or bear look like they were intelligent?
Certainly nothing looked well groomed or wearing clothes or had a saddle or anything. So there was no signs that they were either companions or themselves sentient. Well, sentient, I guess is the wrong term. Themselves like intelligent beings.
Yeah. Okay.
But I guess hard to tell from a distance,
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do you boys want to go about this? You want to walk along this edge down that way, or go back into the forest, or
Well, it would expose us. And I'm sure they would see us before we saw them, whatever they may be. But I don't really see any other way around it. And I would rather not meet a larger cousin of those lizards we saw.
yeah, I agree.
Whatever
All
they
right.
are. Compythesaurus? Whatever they are. Compies.
How do you know that they're dinosaurs, Travis?
Just taking a shot in the dark.
They're bipedal reptilians.
You think we're
They
all
have
the
sharp
same,
teeth.
Oz?
They have a long tail. But yeah, I don't think.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree
I'm
with
old.
Oz.
I'm from a different time.
Yeah. I do agree with Oz here. I think we should go down, maybe just cautiously approach,
Right.
because
Look
they might
friendly.
already know we're here.
Well,
Yeah,
all right.
you say look friendly, and I try to smile, and it's just 2 rows of jagged, sharp teeth, like a
Horrifying.
Whoa, now.
horrible maw.
Hey, maybe you leave the smiling
Really?
to me. All right.
Yeah, I've never been much of a talker
Okay.
or smile.
We've
Well-
had plenty of conversations, Syndrix. A handful, I
Well-
might even say, were interesting.
Well, thank you,
Brutal.
Oz. That means a lot.
So don't you doubt yourself.
All right.
I'll follow
you
your
guys.
guys' lead on this.
You guys are going down the safe way, right? Not trying to go down
Yeah.
the cliff. Okay. As you-
Trip.
Yeah. Yeah. Roll finesse. No. I roll agility, I guess. No, you're gonna make your way down the edge.
Could I just
as-
use armor slots to negate the fall damage?
You just jump.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and jump.
100
See what
feet.
happens. There is a rule that is instant death just for you watching
Yeah.
at home. So
Hey, for
you
the
can, yeah. Weird reference, but you guys make your way down the safe way, and As you get closer and closer to the beach, at a certain point, you notice, as you're walking, first of all, as you glance out over the water, you notice seabirds and some fauna that you recognize. You also notice enormous flying creatures that you've never seen before that travel in small groups, seem to be way overhead. Occasionally some will swoop down towards the water. Hard to get a good look at them, but definitely not something you're used to seeing. As you get closer to the beach, you notice just off to your left, probably Reggie or Oz. No, Oz, I think, would smell it before you see it. There's an enormous carcass just off the edge of the trail that you're following. At a quick glance, you notice one of those reptilians. This one much larger, with small arms tucked in front of it, and a big open toothy maw with a tongue slumped out the side of it. There are wounds, gouges in the flesh all down its side of its torso, but it doesn't seem to, you get this just at a glance, it doesn't seem to have been like eaten. There's no ribs exposed. It's strange. It doesn't look like carcasses of things that you've seen killed before.
Interesting. I really wasn't a fan of the twist of the third movie, but it's well, keep an eye out. There's something aggressive around here, and it may not be hunting for food.
Are you staying clear of the carcass, or are you trying to investigate further?
Perhaps it's best if we just hurry on. I'm not sure on the size of the scavengers around here, but if they're anything like the scavengers I know, they would fight over this bounty of meat. I'd rather not confuse us for a competitor.
I look at the carcass in the distance, and then look at Cendrix, and just see me shiver. I'm like, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Let's steer clear.
Are you guys attempting to stealth then?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make another stealth roll here since you had broken cover.
Gosh.
Same
I
same
did-
plan.
Yeah.
Group
assume-
roll.
Yeah.
It's always a group roll if it's a group stealth.
Ooh.
That's a 7 with fear. I rolled very poorly.
I got 22.
Very nice.
Now this is a different one. I crit,
Oh,
but I rolled double 4.
Yeah,
So I don't know how that
unfortunately,
works.
that's just a success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it
You do
counts
get a
as
hope,
plus
though.
1. No, you don't get anything because it's a
No, not for
reaction roll.
reaction.
oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that puts us up to a 9 with fear.
Ooh.
Reginald,
9
is that your
lizards
teeth
attack us.
chattering?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Oz, you glance over and it's weird. It doesn't seem like what you would expect from a carcass that you would see out in the wilderness, and you probably rightfully determine not something I want to mess with. And you turn to head off. You slouch back down and start slowly making your way. Cindrix, you're sort of not really paying attention or acknowledging the carcass, as you're more focused on like defenses and checking the perimeter for anything moving, and your mind's more focused on the living. And you move ahead with Oz, assuming that everybody has
Yeah.
gotten back down to stealthing and moving ahead. Reggie, you are frozen, staring at this beast that you've never seen anything like, dwarfing you in size with teeth that are the size of your head. Dead. And you're no stranger to the forest either. You've seen your fair share of carrion or carcasses that have been feasted on, but this doesn't look like that. There's wounds, but they're like small, and there's many of them. This thing was killed and not eaten. That's not normal. What the fuck did you get yourself into? As you look up and realize your party is 50 feet away from you, 60 feet by now. You turn and, not thinking, rush in that direction to try to catch up as you feel, why the fuck am I by myself right now?
Yeah.
As you turn and rush that way, the two of you hear the cracking of sticks and the crunching of leaves and heavy footfall as Reggie is running at you from behind.
Oh no.
It's like, Cindrix, there must be something chasing him.
You turn and you look back at Reggie as he's rushing at you with kind of a wild look on his face, I assume. And you notice behind him,
Oh no, they're actually
two large forms start to step out from the shadows on the edge of the forest.
Ugh.
Do you think they see us?
I'm
As
sure they will
Stay
very shortly.
still.
As one of them roars out and
That could be it for anybody.
starts picking up its pace as it starts running behind
Don't.
Reggie, giving him a reason to run.
Yeah.
All right. You see, as described, Reggie running at you. Behind him now, two large forms. The same type as the one that you saw lying down, but smaller versions. They seem to be hiding in the periphery and have rushed out when they see...
These are the bipedal lizards.
Yeah.
Okay.
You, as players, would recognize these as somewhat juvenile-looking forms of Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Hooray!
We're getting right into it, boys.
All right. Let's do it. Cindrix,
Oh, by the gods.
he's gonna stand up, draw his long sword, and just assume a battle stance.
Wait,
Yes?
as Oz is going to, stand and reach his palm out, and I will attempt to talk to these creatures, using nature's tongue.
Oh,
Okay.
You can speak the language of the natural world. When you want to speak to the plants and animals around you, make an instinct roll. 12. On a success, they'll give you information. On a fear, their knowledge will be limited or come at a cost. The cost might be eating us.
Yeah.
Can I give Oz advantage on this roll if I spend a hope?
You would have to be able to justify it. I'm not sure how
Yeah.
you could give him advantage on speaking with dinosaurs.
Yeah, that one's kind of.
Regardless
how
of you
you would-
being a lizard. I don't
Yes.
think
Yeah.
These are my cousins. Yeah.
Wait a second. I think you're my great.
George?
Well, I rolled Snake Eyes, which is a crit.
Hey! The worst crit there is!
Hey!
The
Hell
first one
yeah.
that matters, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, fuck. Okay, on a crit, what do you say?
I'll pop up. And
Wait, clarification point. This spell allows you to speak to animals. You said that they could give you information, so I assume they speak the same language as you and you understand them.
Yes.
Okay.
It allows me to
It's not just like you can talk to them. Yeah.
with both plants and animals.
Interesting.
Wow.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Mhm.
That is cool.
So I'll pop up and say, it's just like, I'm sorry that I startled you, but we're not enemies, we're not foes, we're just traveling through. What happened here?
Okay. You get a hope. You clear a stress. You probably don't have a stress, but
I've been dealing with Cindrix a lot.
Yeah.
yeah, you clear that stress. You feel better about it anyway.
Yeah.
You, on a critical success, I'm going to waive the necessary presence roll to try to calm them down or persuade. I would say a critical success on that spell counts as you successfully breaking through, because you should be rewarded, frankly. So, as Reggie sprints past you Scooby-Doo style, you put your hand up, and as you call out, the other two hear this tongue that comes from you. It almost sounds like Sylvan or some kind of elven tongue. That it sounds ancient and it sounds like almost primordial. It's a language that you don't understand, yet you do. The words they don't make sense, but the gist clarifies in your mind as you call out and explain what happened and ask for explanation or clarification on what's going on. The first creature stops. It looks up to you. And just with body language and low, sort of guttural clicking and hissing sounds, the same thing happens. You obviously don't understand the sounds, but the gist of the information returns to your minds, or in this case, just to yours. And you hear, "They killed her. They killed our mother. I'm so angry. We couldn't do anything. She tried to stop them. We're scared."
Who? What did this?
I don't really know. I thought it was maybe you. But now that I see you, it's all wrong. There were many of them. They were furry, but not like the normal kind. Not ones that we eat. Made a sound. Scary sound. They were bleeding, but not blood. Didn't smell good like blood. It smelled bad. It smelled wrong.
Which way did they go?
I don't know. We hid. They went deeper into the forest, I think.
I'm sorry for your loss here. Do you have a place you can go? Do you know of a safe place?
We never feared anything before. Nothing could hurt Mom. Now I don't know.
Go where she used to run. Go where she used to hunt with you. If you remember, return to the spot of your nest. That will be her old territory. Her presence will still carry weight. Hunt there, grow stronger. If this happened to her now, the way you are, you won't be able to seek revenge. I'm not saying you should, but I don't control your path.
Okay.
But-
Okay. We'll go.
Are you hungry now?
Yes. Always hungry.
Growing. Well, if you head up that path there, we passed a successful kill of a larger furry creature. The little ones might have picked at it, but your form, you could easily scare them away or pop them down if they try to get bitey. There should be enough meal there to strengthen you two up.
For one in the front, turns, looks off in the direction you indicated, snaps its jaw a few times at the slightly smaller one behind it, which kind of recoils and steps back. Turns. Walks off in that direction. The other one trailing behind it.
Well, glad we avoided that.
I
Sheathe
will.
my sword.
Did I hear you speak, or was that all in your head?
That was all that primordial. You got the feeling and the
Yeah.
gist,
Okay. Okay.
but it's due to the how your brain is attuned to a more complex language.
Yeah.
You can't pick
Okay.
up the exact word and process. But again,
You
the
definitely
gist.
didn't understand what they were saying to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and if that's the case, with my sword drawn, I'm gonna say,
I scared him off.
I'll
my sword.
I'm gonna walk over to Oz.
The way I imagine it, Oz, like that language that comes out is sort of universally understood, like at some sort of like primal level for every living being. So
Yeah.
Okay.
you guys do hear his part. So yeah, I mean, reasonable
Okay,
for
okay.
Syndrix to take
Yeah.
credit for it, but you could probably piece together the gist of what was going on in the
Okay.
conversation.
Cool.
Oz, that was master class. That was really something. Now listen, I pissed myself, so I think we need to find I didn't really bring an extra pair of clothes. Yeah. And I'll just kind of like take a couple steps back.
It's perfectly natural to piss yourself in battle. Don't let it distract you.
Oz will tap the ground a little bit. Yeah, there's not much here. He'll put his palm to the ground, and you'll just kind of feel like a small little pulse as a little bit of water raises out of the ground. And I'll just whip it at your dick.
Not a sentence you ever want to hear.
There you are.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Also, not the response you ever hear from that, I suppose.
You're tough. I like that. All right.
But yeah, you guys successfully avoid that. And yeah, sorry, Reg. I don't mean to make Reggie feel like he's a coward or anything. You certainly had
No, that-
reason to be scared. I felt
Oh,
like
yeah.
you justified saying that you were already scared. I don't
Yeah,
mean to put
no,
words in your mouth. Okay,
That was good.
Okay. So you guys
It was
advance.
definitely reasonable.
Yeah. You guys advance down to the side of the river on the beach now, and you see that this city is not connected to the beach. You will have to get across this water, which seems like it will take some navigation.
Hey, you guys don't think those things are what populates this thing, do you?
The thought crossed my mind.
I think whatever populates the city is what killed that thing's mother.
Okay. What are we getting ourselves into?
Nothing
Well-
good, but Oz can talk us out of anything, so I feel
Oz
completely
will
safe.
kind of lean over to Reggie and just. The plus side, Reginald, is that the two of us aren't big lizards.
That's true.
That's huge.
That's a good point. I might be in trouble here.
But we don't know if those are the owners of such a crystalline keep. So, should we look around? Would you like it if I scouted ahead?
That's not a bad
I think-
idea.
I think we should look for some like clear front entrance to the city. You know, like how are these people getting in and out so easily without a boat or a ferry?
I could look.
How you gonna do that?
Oh, it depends. Would you prefer I go through the water or through the sky?
Excuse me, you can fly?
It's the sky then. Sure, why not? And I'll tap the crook into the ground as the water on the shore kind of starts to raise, and it'll kind of burst into a little shower. And as it rains down on Oz, you just see his form start to shift and change as it just wings kind of flutter out as Oz, whatever their term for it is,
Yeah,
beast form. There it is.
yeah.
I will beast form into a just heron.
That's sweet.
So yes, a bird. The
Can you
heron will
talk?
say.
Oh no. Nice.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Dope.
So, waiting here then.
How far above are you right now than me?
Cindrix is
I'm
speechless.
standing on the shore next to you.
Oh,
So you're looking down at him currently.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, why don't you go scout? I'll wait right here.
All right. Oh, Cindrix, would you like a lift?
What?
Would you like a lift?
I'm ready.
All right. I'll just take off.
I was like,
I'm ready.
what?
Wait, is he turning me into a bird also?
As he flies off in the distance. Yeah.
When he flies off, I'll turn to Cindrix. Hey, remember when we were like worried about him because he didn't help us in that bar fight back in God's Gullet? And then we just like look at him flying away. I think he's gonna be all right.
I hope he comes back.
Yeah, see like some pterodactyl just.
All right.
All right. As I guess I should clarify some things with the winged beast form. I have advantage on deceive, locate, and scare rolls, and I have an ability called Bird's Eye View. I can fly at will, and once per rest, while you are airborne, you can ask the GM a question about the scene below, without needing to roll. The first time a character makes a roll to act on this information, they gain advantage on the roll.
Oh wow.
Hit me with that one more time.
Okay,
Once per.
I can fly at will.
Yeah, no, I
while
heard that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Once per rest while I'm airborne, I can ask you about a question from the scene below without or needing to roll.
Cool.
And the first time a character makes a roll using that knowledge, they have advantage.
Sweet.
awesome.
So you fly over. I'll say as you fly, no roll needed, you do notice that there are other seabirds, not necessarily herons, though this is a pretty big river and it's pretty fast flowing, so maybe not in this area at least. There are birds that would coexist with herons, so it's not beyond reason. You do notice off in the distance several times those large pterosaurs that are flying quite a ways from you at this point, but nonetheless, all jokes aside, it is somewhat concerning. You do see, or rather you did see as you were coming down, that oftentimes whatever is in their way ends up as a meal, so something to keep in mind. But as you get closer to the city, what are you looking for? What's your plan here?
We were trying to find a way in.
I will say this. 2 things you notice. One, immediately upon kind of getting up above everything, without getting too far away, you notice not that far down the beach, there does seem to be a few, at first glance, what seem to be just like a pile of rubble, but with your keen avian eyes, you notice to be probably in somewhat disrepair, but boats.
Oh, there we go.
Ways to get across the water. If you'd like to continue and get a little closer towards the city to get some more information, you could certainly do so.
Yeah, that'd be handy.
Yeah.
Might as well do a little flyby.
So you go a reasonable distance, not so far that you feel unsafe, and close enough that if you needed to, you could try to retreat back to your party. In that amount of time, you are able to glean that although this city is beautiful and has these tall, crystalline, shining structures, it is in somewhat of a state of disrepair. There is green that pokes through some of this structure and through the walkways and streets. It seems like, although most of the structures have held up pretty well, nature has reclaimed this city from what you can see. You also see the walkways and the bridges and these other interesting, kind of hard to discern structures that pass through from district to district. It looks like some sort of, you would imagine, transportation or some kind of technology that you don't really understand. Aspects of this city seem very advanced for the cities that you're used to back in Tulnira.
But no real signs of, or signs of humanoid-sized life that I can see.
You see a few signs of life as you see enormous reptilian creatures meandering through the city. Not like the one you saw, more quadrupedal. Some with horns, some with plates down their spine, some with very long necks that seem to dwarf even some of the larger structures. It's not exactly jam-packed full of them, but intermixed throughout, you see a few.
Well, nothing bitey from the looks of it. But there's life. So at least something we can look through. All right. I'll fly on back.
You make your way back to shore and land next to your party.
Hello, it's me, the talking heron.
Hey there. What'd you see?
Disrepair. Life,
Really?
but not anything like you two. There were ones like me, but they're in the sky. Look how sassy I am with this wing.
Yeah, this whole persona has changed you.
Yeah.
I think he likes being a heron.
He just stays in heron form for a while.
Right.
Ye-
Oh,
right.
importantly, no, flutter out my big old wing. There appears to be boats in disrepair just down the shore.
Really?
Now,
You keep
I'm
using
not
that
sure if
word,
those.
disrepair.
Oh, we can repair.
Okay.
Oh,
Your
you just wanted clarification on the vocabulary.
yes.
That's great.
Now we can. I was kind of hoping you'd have some idea how to do such a thing, considering you're from the Ruvish Isles. Yes.
Depends on how disrepaired the boat is.
All right. Well, understandable. I have some basic knowledge. I've helped a fisherman or two fix up a boat.
We'll do it together.
All right. You hold the tools. As a heron, I'll kind of fly up this way.
Yeah. How important point of verification? How long does heron form last?
I believe. Do. Yes.
Good.
Good.
So this is you now.
Mhm.
Is it
Wonderful.
like at will?
Yes, I can drop at
Okay.
will.
It feels like it's at will.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or,
Hey,
or
hey.
if I get, obliterated and start dying.
Yeah.
Sure. Not exactly combat ready.
Are these boats across the river or just down
No.
the river?
They were just down,
Down
the
the
shore
river?
from where you guys were,
Alright.
around the bend. You couldn't see them from where you were.
I'll start heading that way.
It saved some probably time wasted in exploration.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, you get there relatively quickly. And upon further inspection, these are beautiful crafts. They've been here for a while, though. There is like vines and underbrush that's growing up and over some of the wreckage of a few of them, but there are 2 or 3 that are probably still repairable relatively easily. The sails are in rough shape. You could probably stand to use some fabric you have or patch together rotting pieces or remaining rotten pieces. It's pretty much gone at this point. And it seems like the mechanism for propulsion, aside from the sail, looks arcane and confusing and kind of probably beyond your scope, though if you'd like to attempt to figure that out, you could as well.
Now, this is difficult as the river is fast flowing. With the cliff there, we'd probably have a rough time from this angle getting to the shore. It's possible, perhaps with the help of rowing. And I'll lean my bird eyes over and look at Syndrix.
Yeah.
There you go.
But it looks like they probably found a way to circumnavigate that. What with these doohickeys on the back?
Maybe
Let me
we
take a look
used-
at it. While I'm looking at it, am I able to discern anything about these arcane mechanisms based on like this new magic that I'm feeling from this world, from this realm?
So you have 2 options here. You can either make a knowledge roll to determine kind of general understanding of the magic that you're aware of, or you could try to apply that magical pool that you have within yourself and tap into that once more.
Mm.
See if there's any value there.
I'm going to use that within myself. I'm going to put my hand on this thing and attempt to do something.
Roll a d20.
That's another 20. That's crazy.
You're not gonna fucking believe what happens next, dude.
Yeah.
You go blind.
Yeah. Permanently.
Okay. I'm going to say this because I think it's fun. As you extend your hand out, that energy wells within you. And once more, there is a connection there. It feels like kind of right. It feels like energy has arced between 2 points and has formed a bridge, and this just feels natural. As that energy travels down your arm and once again courses through your palm directly into this machinery that you don't understand, there is a glow. Runes start to light up, and part of that construction seems to shift as a previously destroyed component is mended back together.
Ooh.
I'll take my hand off of it and look at them.
You'll glance over and see, all right, hold out your hand, Cindrix.
All right.
And I'll put my wing over it. Now who's under whose wing?
Yeah. The shade is nice.
I'm fine with you guys killing him. I think it would end the heron form quick.
Yeah.
He can't have that many hit points.
It's true.
So I'll
So
say
is
that it's not like it jumps up and takes you over by itself, but it does seem that with this kind of fortunate roll of Reggie, that it is at a state where you could maybe decipher it and try to get this thing to operate as intended, or you could go with plan A and fashion some oars and try to just muscle this thing across. It would stay buoyant in water at this point, it appears.
Mm.
That was my next question. I'm
Are there
willing to
any-
row.
Yeah, are there anything that looks like oars around us?
I mean, you see trees all around you, enough fucking elbow grease, anything could be an oar.
Well, all right. Well, fellas, I don't know if you saw that, but I got something to do something. I might take a further look at this. If you guys got other plans, though, feel free to do them. I don't know how long this is going to take. And
Yeah, I'll say while he's doing that, I'll go to the tree line and try and find some 2x4s or something.
I can
roll
give you a hand.
roll an instinct.
Reginald.
I'm gonna say to kind of scavenge some things. And are you?
I'm going to try to assist.
So I believe that requires a hope, and he gets to roll with advantage.
You're assisting Reggie?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Is this a knowledge roll for? Oh.
So this would be a knowledge roll.
Yeah.
And you get to roll with an extra d6.
D6.
And
Man.
you spend that hope, Oz. Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful.
That's a 21. Oh, that's a 24
Nice.
with fear. Yeah.
I'll take my dry roasted edamame.
Hey.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yes, Cindrix. Cindrix, what did you roll?
I rolled a 12 with fear.
I'll take another dry
Man.
roasted edamame.
Have we rolled
Two
with
rolls
hope?
back to back. Yeah, you exclusively.
Very
did
early,
I think.
yeah,
Or,
very early.
Yeah. You got crits.
That's true.
Yeah, so you do find some oars, kind of. They're planks,
Sure.
and they're from other ships that you destroyed to get them, but they're basically oars. It's pretty much the same thing. And in doing so, you kind of wander off on your own to find, boards that still have enough integrity to be useful as oars. And you start to separate yourself from the group a bit. As you're pulling on the boards, you see, or you hear some rustling in the woods next to you in the underbrush, and you glance over and you don't see your party, and you look back at the rustling, and in a sudden burst of adrenaline, you tear both of the boards off, and you see a small beaver rush out from the underbrush, You do take a point of stress just from the idea that there may be a fucking T-Rex around any corner as you're off on your own here. But you are able to get what you need. Also, the beaver looks fucking pissed off at this giant river and then rushes back into the underbrush. Like, shakes its fist at it. Okay.
Oh, it's an angry beaver.
Oh, no. And you other two, with the consultation of Oz and his knowledge of more natural magics and your understanding of more arcane, learned magics back in Tulnira, you guys piece together kind of an idea of how this probably functioned. And it required a steady flow of magical energy, and it would create a force that would propel the ship or the boat, in this case, in some direction. There are more complexities to it, though. There's kind of these side areas and how to turn, and like stabilization and throttling is all kind of confusing. In an attempt to try to figure it out, you sort of way over throttle and kick up a bunch of water behind the ship, or behind the boat, and kind of glance around for fear of maybe drawing some attention to yourselves that you weren't exactly attempting to do. So you guys do, in fact, think you understand how to run this boat, operate this engine.
All right. Cindrix, are you back yet with those oars?
I am.
All right.
You say to him
Cindrix,
standing next to him,
Yeah.
holding oars.
Cindrix, you get set up right there, and just in case we start messing this up, why don't you just start rowing and keep us on track, huh?
I can do that.
I'll supervise. And I take off
Yeah,
into the sky.
Oz, give me a count.
Yeah, he's already in the sky.
I'm just like
Yeah.
kind of fluttering around you, just
And like I look up and there's multiple birds.
Yeah.
I don't know which one he is anymore.
How about go?
All right.
It's me
so I'm
rowing,
gonna
by the
need
way, if
you-
you couldn't tell.
That's good, actually. Yeah. I need you to make a strength check for me. And Reggie, are you going to attempt to use the engine while he's
Yes.
the arcane engine?
Is this a reaction or a trait roll? I guess it's a trait.
This is a trait roll. This is you're attempting to do this thing.
Is mine a knowledge?
It's 20 with fear. We're just
I'll take
feeding
my
him.
Yeah, well, I rolled a 14 with fear. We're gonna die the first battle we
I
get.
know, I know.
being on in the air.
That's not true. You're not going to die in the first battle you get into. You're going to talk your way out of it again, fuckers.
Yeah.
Hey, don't look at us. I drew my blade.
No, I love it. I thought it was sick. Okay.
It was.
So as you start to pull against this current is strong, and so are you. You power through and you keep it on track, but it is a fucking battle to keep it going, and you become exhausted at the effort. So I'm gonna say, unfortunately, that is another stress as you are working yourself to the fucking bone. As you try to fight this current. About halfway across, you start to get a little impatient with Reggie, who is sitting in the back, like, still kind of poking at runes and like, maybe this is... And then, out of nowhere, there's this loud whir and a burst of energy as the boat surges forward and water kicks up behind the ship, or the boat. Reggie, what did you roll? What was the total again?
14.
Okay, so he way fucking whiskey throttles this thing, and you guys have a big old rooster tail as the front end lifts way up in the air and smacks back down, and you guys are rocking all over, and you
Just
start
run in the
to...
air.
He's got good propulsion, but he can't really stabilize or turn, and so you're just kind of like spinning and going out of control. And so, in response, you stick the oar down into one side and start just kind of like trying to steer it like a rudder. as he's just generating the force propulsion forward.
I think Oz is just watching
Yeah.
all this chaos from above.
I'm like, oh, boys, I lost her. I lost her.
Not in the drink yet.
Yeah.
And successfully, after longer than you hoped to make it last, you do eventually find your way. As you're approaching, actually, we'll say this: as you're approaching the city, you're certainly going to make it. You both take a stress as a result of this experience. So, Cindrix, not an additional one, just the two, one from before and then one from this. And as you guys are approaching, you see the edges of this city, and it is built a decent way above the water, as this water is fast flowing. And there are channels that cut their way and carve through the city. You're aiming for one, kind of. You're going fast, and this could go pretty poorly. How do you want to go about doing this?
Is it going so poorly? My first instinct is abandon ship before we crash into the wall.
Yeah.
And if I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna say, abandon ship. And then, so because we are out of.
You're going
control,
towards the canal, kind of, but you're every second it's kind of veering off in one direction or another. It's
Okay.
It's kind of your call if you want to just bear down and try to shoot the gap. If you want to adjust what you're doing in some way.
Yeah.
If Oz has any input.
I do kind of.
Don't crash!
I'm going to be like furiously messing with this thing to try to slow it down.
You
So it
are
gets
generating a constant flow of arcane energy to keep this thing running. You have the capability, you think, to just kill the engine if you desire. But it's still going to take you, like, it doesn't just happen. You do have to kind of, like, will it to go off.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
While
focus
I'm
and
pushing
try
it,
and-
I'm going to look at Cindrix and spend a hope. Cindrix, are you facing the direction? Can you see, or are you doing the rowing thing where like you can't see where we're going?
He had switched in the narration to using the oar as a rudder, so theoretically he would be able to see if he chooses to. But Cindrix, it's ultimately up to him. He, no one really knows what he's gonna do.
Is it super loud?
Yeah, like where you're at right now. Yeah, the wind is whipping past you, and the water is crashing beneath you.
I will spend a hope to open a line of telepathy with Cindrix, and as I'm like pulsing out this power, I'm like, "You think you can steer us?"
Maybe.
I need more than a maybe, son.
Well, let's see what happens. And I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna lock in.
Lock in. Okay.
And try and shoot the gap. I go steady. Steady.
I'll say this is if you guys are just going for it, let's do one roll. I'll allow you to do it like a group check though. So one person is going to determine the ultimate outcome. The other person, their success will determine a +1 or a -1. Since you have
I'm
that
assuming
clear
we're
line.
going with stealth.
Since you used your spell and you have that clear line of telepathy, I'll also let you do it at advantage.
Oh, all right.
So, would it be
What's the
strength
stat
for
we're
me?
using?
Yeah, it would be the same. So it would be strength for Cindrix, or it'll be knowledge for Reggie.
Okay.
Okay. My knowledge is a +3.
I was gonna say you probably take the lead on this,
All right.
and I'm trying to just
Do
like
it.
correct the minor corrections of the tip of the
Finally.
boat while you're doing most of the work.
That
So
is.
you have to roll too, Cindrix.
That
Oh,
is-
right. I see what you mean.
Yeah, success or failure determines a +1 -1.
Okay.
That's a 25 with
What's
hope,
the roll with hope?
and I rolled an 11, which for me is one of my strange patterns. So anytime I roll an 11, I gain a hope or clear a stress. So I am going to use that to clear that stress that I've gained.
So just to clarify, does that mean one of your dice was showing 11?
Yes,
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's when it counts, not when the two dice add up to 11.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I misunderstood that at first.
That's cool.
I rolled a 17 in strength.
17. Okay, so that's a success. And you rolled, what was the total? It's a +1 to what you rolled, Reggie?
Oh, that was with my +3 added.
What was your
Oh,
total?
it was 25.
So
25, 26. Okay, yeah.
Damn.
I'll say
Crazy
that
roll dice.
no, we could have probably done that with just a help action, but I like the way it happened. I think both of you playing a major role is important in this case. So you, not only do you hit that gap, you
Yeah,
don't
baby.
slow down at all. You don't like ease into the stop. You fucking gun it and you pick up speed and you have just like a couple feet on either side of the ship as you careen into the middle of this city. And you notice as you're going in, there is like a dock and a ramp that's sort of in equal amounts of disrepair, though still structurally somewhat sound. You fucking Tokyo drift this boat. You just like e-brake it, Syndrix, as he throttles. And you just Tokyo drift the boat up the ramp sideways, and it skids and the engine kicks up sparks as it slides up into the middle of the walkway into a gentle stop.
Is
And you're both just sitting in the boat.
is Oz still flying through?
Just like I'm right behind you guys. Just
When
just land.
how you like that?
That's
What
how we
a
do it in the
beautiful-
River House.
Confluence of precision and skill.
We had it under control the whole time.
Just like we planned it, baby.
Incredible.
Excellently done.
Well, Oz, did you see anything on behind us or around this area when you were flying in?
Oh, no. I'll be honest. You two were very distracting.
I understand. That's probably quite the spectacle.
I know it's probably not something you hear too often.
Once again, Oz, you flatter me.
All right. Well, city living now, boys. You've made your entrance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll hop out of the boat.
I wonder if guests will come greet us.
And you guys see now for the first time this strange alien city. Some of the structures seem constructed out of what at first glance look like marble and precious metals, white stone. Throughout the city is this sort of repeated pattern of veins of precious metals that seem to wrap themselves around some of the larger structures. At the corner, at an intersection between two of the channels, just a few 100 feet away from you, you see a very tall structure with, although mostly overgrown on one side, what you would imagine is like a clock tower of sorts, though the face is unrecognizable even from what little is peering out.
Well, do we see any of those creatures that Oz was mentioning to us before?
Now that you're in the city, it's not as easy of a vantage. You see mostly buildings around you. None are immediately next to you, so no, at this point, you don't see anything.
I'll turn to my comrades. Where to first, boys?
Perhaps we can get some answers in these nearby buildings.
That was my thought.
Normally, I'd say, Syndrix, you lead the way, but there seems to be a thing with lizards here, so maybe we let Oz go first, because he can talk
speaks
to
lizard.
him. Yeah. What do you say?
All right. I suppose I'll go first. Which building are we going to go to? Oz will fly off towards the building.
I guess that one.
Which
I'm
building
leading
does-
the way.
Which building does Oz choose?
Probably the closest one.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I'm just gonna go
And
knock.
how are you entering?
Is there
Ah.
a door?
There are doors.
Okay.
It's not so alien that it doesn't follow most of the same standards that you're used to in a city. It just looks advanced. It looks what you would imagine to be futuristic and at the same
Wood,
time
metal,
stone mostly and
stone door. Damn.
oh, the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The door is metal.
Okay. Okay.
But there are wood aspects on some of the doors. This one happens to be metal.
All right. Oz will fly over and land in front of the door and wait for his companions to catch up before turning and pecking.
Yeah. I was gonna ask how
This-
you're not.
This, to be clear, just so you have a good image of what I'm trying to get across. This town, most of the roofs are caved in. The structures themselves seem to be standing still because they're solid. There are trees growing in the middle of walkways. There's moss overgrowing and vines that have taken over most of the structures around you. There's no sign of any habitation from intelligent beings at this point.
They don't appear to be home.
I
have
knew
no
you were going to
response.
say that, and then I'll just keep walking down into the city.
Yeah. Oz will fly up and just go into the building from the roof.
Sure. Yeah, you land in the second story. Are you looking for anything specific?
Mostly just looking around.
Yeah, it's the place that you land in looks like similar to what you would expect from probably an office. There's a big desk that has collapsed on its feet or on the legs, but it is still mostly standing, covered in vines, and there's a lot of bird shit in here. Greenery that's grown over most of what was exposed from the hole in the roof. It's damp and there's rotten wood. There's bookshelves lining one of the walls that's still kind of covered partially by what's remaining of the overhang from the roof and shaded, though it's mostly rotten and anything that was on it has been deteriorated or taken.
Well, at a quick glance, I mean, it doesn't seem anything too out of the ordinary. I'll fly back up and join the others. All right. Well, it looks like you two know how to manage a boat. And this place seems safe enough for now. So the heron will flutter up just kind of between you two and then just in a little poof of water and almost just like a mist. There's like water vapor just kind of poofs into the air. Oz will land on the ground. Oh! Flying is rough on the shoulders.
Does it hurt when you do that? Transform.
Oh. Oh, no. It's pressure on the body, but hurt? No. Not after the first few times.
Can you teach me how to do it?
It'll take a lot of meditation. No.
I can't
we'll
hear
see
that
about that.
line. I can't hear that line without thinking of the early X-Men movies. Rogue asks Wolverine if it hurts every time. Does it hurt every time?
Oh,
Or does it
yeah.
hurt when you do that? Every time. That's good shit. Anyways, you guys make your way deeper into the city. Now all three of you on foot. Are you just exploring? Are you trying to get deeper in? The goal was kind of to the heart of the
Think
city,
I-
it sounded like.
Yeah, I mean, just explore, check things out.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe any points of interest that kind of stick out to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, there was the tall structure that maybe would have given you more of a vantage, but you can just walk deeper in and see if there's any other standout structures.
Now, there were mighty herbivores in the area, so their presence should at least deter the bigger threats, as does the moat of water. But keep your eyes out for some, perhaps, baskers. Giant gators, perhaps.
All right. Yeah, I'll keep my eyes peeled.
All right. And there's always the threat of being carried away by a giant bird. Oh, what's that over there?
I scoot a little closer to Cindrix.
As you guys get closer and deeper into the city, you start to see all sorts of amazing structures. Some statues that are just dwarfing any building that you've seen in Tulnira before. And crystalline structures that have been... It's hard to tell, honestly, if it's truly crystal or if it's just designed to mimic it. That do seem to be habitable. That have... Whether it's information inside of them or housing, it's kind of hard to say. They're public or private structures, but...
Are the statues, are they humanoid?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. You do notice one of the statues looks like a large robed figure with hands extended, looking up towards the ceiling. The arms are, in fact, humanoid. The head is broken completely off and shattered on the ground.
Hmm. Well, good news. They have thumbs. That guy do now. Bird jokes are over.
Oh, man.
That is some good news, though.
Okay, you guys make your way deeper into the city until you start to get close to this central district. So when you had seen it from above, as I described, it's sort of that half circle structure with the flat end on the waterfall. The center was distinct in that it sort of looks like the top half of a Pokeball. Like the center is a circle that actually does extend off of the waterfall somewhat and was relatively large compared to the other districts that are broken up more frequently. You're getting closer to that, and even from this distance, you notice an enormous wall that seems to separate that from the rest of the structures. It towers over most of the buildings you see.
Should we check it out?
I mean, I'm in the mood for sightseeing.
I'm in too.
Who's taking the lead on this one?
Well, we've been walking casually for a while, so I think we're just going to keep doing that.
All right, I'll take the lead.
All right.
Take 2 quick steps to get about a 2-step lead, and then continue to walk. The rest of
All right. Cindrix steps forward and starts walking at the front. And as you guys start to get closer, you feel shaking in the ground. Like almost as though there's an earthquake. And it builds. And it builds. And you kind of glance around and you look behind you just in time to see what looks like a herd of these enormous dinosaurs, I'll say at this point, with big plates running down their backs. These are Stegosaurus, and they are rushing in your direction. They look, at first glance, to be running from something.
I look at Oz. Do the thing! Do the thing!
No. That's a stampede. This is a whole other thing we need to talk about. But for now, make yourself small.
Yeah. As it gets louder and louder and closer, and they start to get almost on top of you.
And
How far are we from this building?
And we'll try to hit an alleyway or something.
You're close to Sever. Yeah, you could duck around a corner or try to dive out of the way. It's not like they're,
Yeah.
chasing you specifically.
Yes.
So, and you're really
yeah,
far
just-
from the wall still. I mean, you can see it, but you're not like there is an enormous divide along a wider channel than the others that
Oh,
separates
right,
that
we're-
center
okay.
structure from this one,
Okay.
and you're not that close to that even. So,
Okay.
you dive out of the way. You all step into this alley quickly at Oz's behest, and you see this just stampede of Stegosaurus rush past you. It is scary, and their tails just whipping behind them catch the edge of the alley and splinter stone as it kind of flies off in your direction. As they rush off, one of them tries to take a corner a little bit too fast and kind of slides off and hits the water, and it pops back up and starts treading and trying to slowly make its way towards a ramp, but you hear it roar out in kind of fear.
Oz will kind of take a chance and peer around the corner.
Yeah.
What do you say?
You see at the end of this long street a very large beast. A form with ridges down its back, though they don't look plated like the ones that just ran past. This looks like fur. From this distance, it's hard to make out all the details, but it looks like a giant elephant-sized boar with tusks protruding from its lower jaw. Another notable feature is sickly-looking ichor. This deep purple, almost ooze, purplish black, seems to slough out of its sides and out of the sides of its mouth and pool on the ground around it, creating clouds of steam as it hits the stone. It's just standing still.
How big is the alleyway we're in?
10 feet across.
Okay. Could this thing like squeeze in this alleyway?
It looks like it would be pretty tight. And
Okay.
it's down to your right. A decent distance, I would say far range.
You think you can talk your way out of this one?
Well, Syndrix, could you, I don't know, talk your way out of getting stabbed?
It's not usually how I handle things, but if
Right,
it's by
yes.
that thing, yes.
I think this thing was probably comparable to somebody who stabs a lot. Does that make sense?
Yes, I usually just stab them first.
Right, all right. You're the guy in the scenario.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah,
I'm the real monster here.
I'm the guy.
it looks
The one who
like
stabs.
Yeah.
we're up against a bit of threat here. Perhaps it's best to wait to see what it does, or sneak somewhere deeper and hope it passes.
I'll tell you one thing. I am not going out there. I'm either, doing what you just said. I'm either waiting or we're going in further.
Thank you for your help, Reginald.
You're
Syndrix?
welcome.
I'm curious to wait, but also we've proved to be a sneaky bunch, except for one.
Hey,
small
now.
slip up. But
I'm under control now, all right?
maybe we just wait, see what he does.
All right.
Movement might attract it. I don't know if it's worth the risk. Hopefully it
Fair
can't
observation.
smell.
It's true.
It's not
Boars
great.
are known for their terrible sense of smell.
Well, you're the expert, so I trust you.
Good. Glance back around. Has he done anything yet?
As you look out, it's in the exact same spot.
It's between us and the entrance.
No.
No.
It's
No.
facing the entrance. It's facing the
Back.
walls.
Okay.
And you are in between it and the walls, looking at, peeking out of an alley down the road at it.
I say we back away slowly.
Oz, make an instinct check as you look around and kind of take in everything out there for you.
That is going to be a 15 with fear.
Oh man.
Nice.
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 Oh, that means I get a token. Boop.
It's still. It's more still than any beast would be. This is strange. No animal in the wild would behave like this. There's no justification for it. Something's off with this. Also, why did it stop? If it was
Yeah.
chasing those things, why?
Territorial, but
It doesn't
Animals-
seem to be even
animals
like,
chase out of territory.
and it also doesn't seem to be like kicking its foot into the ground or like stomping a hoof or stamping or grunting or anything. It's still.
Maybe it's being controlled.
Perhaps. We should get a vantage point on this.
I know
Perhaps this-
someone that can fly.
Right. I'm thinking these buildings were between can probably give us a good vantage if we just get inside.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Is there an entrance on either
You
side?
want more bird jokes?
Reggie, you gonna turn around and look for another entrance?
Yeah.
All right. As you guys are all kind of peering out this side of the alley, Reggie, you determine well, maybe there's another entrance. As you turn around, you're met with 6 eyes.
That's way too many.
6 eyes dug inside of gnarled, hairy, but also bald, black and purple flesh. Above a long, toothed grin of a corrupted, bastardized, some form of what was probably once a wolf. With another smaller, underdeveloped head of a wolf coming out of its left side of its shoulder.
Ugh.
And you see standing behind it on 2 legs a wolf equally deformed and corrupted as they snarl at the end of the alley, just watching you.
Well, now. They're far away, or they're like not right next to me.
Yeah, I would say they are in close range.
Okay. They're just waiting there, just snarling. Okay, I'm gonna look at my 2 companions. You guys see that, right?
Looks like we might have to pick a fight here.
Yeah.
I vote the 2 wolves.
All right, then. I'm gonna step over to.
You know, Cedrix, they say there's 2 wolves inside of you.
Not now, Oz.
Impossible. 100% Dracona.
I'll step over to Cindrix, place my hand on his chest, and I'm going to spend a hope to cast Tava's armor. When I do
Okay.
this,
So you are initiating aggressive action by starting to step forward and cast spells.
okay. That's true.
They are very aware of your presence, and this is no longer preparation for combat. These actions are going to start counting as offensive actions. You still cast the spell. You successfully do so.
Okay.
But just
When
be
I-
aware that if you're going to start like making
So what does that
battle
do? Give me an
preparation
extra armor?
moves,
Yes. So when I do this, my staff glows purple for a second, and this very thin veil of purple lines your body, and you now have a +1 bonus to your armor score until your next rest, or if I cast it again on someone else.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna step right behind you.
Okay.
Go get him.
Is the spotlight on us right now? Like, is combat
Yeah.
starting?
yeah, you're
Yeah,
initiating.
spotlight's on us.
All right. Okay. And these two wolves are next to each other?
Yeah, you see now behind them, around the corner, steps out a third wolf. And then as you turn and draw your blades and face that direction, Oz, you sort of kind of being at the edge of the alley, you get a glance over at a second group of 3 wolves that seems to be circling around the other side. They seem to be kind of pincering you on these 2 sides of the alley. There's the canal boxing you in from the other side, and then there's this boar that seems to be in the other direction.
We're being pincered.
Well, let's take out one side and let the others come to us.
Well said.
And with that being said, I'm going to run at this group, the first group we saw, so like deeper into the alley. Stop in very close range of them, and I'm going to breathe in as this yellow, bluish, crackling energy that starts in my stomach, kind of burrows up and into my neck, crackling and crackling. And is this the insta-kill you were talking about?
Yeah.
No, yes,
So
sorry.
you can insta-kill. No, basically, you feel this surge of energy more than you're used to. You either have the option to use your elemental breath weapon into a far range, so like a true beam of energy, or you can just have this elemental explosion in everything. Everything within very close range around you is targeted. So
Okay.
not just a small group, but every enemy.
Okay. I'll do the group explosion.
Okay,
I'll just
so
aim
you're
it
gonna
right
like
in the middle
rush
of 'em.
into the middle of them. So it's off of centered on you. You'd have to be,
Ooh.
yeah.
Yeah, I do.
All right.
I love it. Okay, so you rush up into. How close are you getting? Very close, just at the edge of where this will hit them.
Yeah.
Okay, you rush up into very close range, sword drawn, and as you go to prepare this breath weapon, you feel it well up into your chest, and you scream out, but instead of just coming out of your jaws, it's just like raw energy courses out of your body, and there's this explosion of electrical, almost like Tesla coil energy jumping off from you, tearing into the stonework around you and into the flesh of these things. As you get close to them, you see that same purple-black ichor that starts to pour out of their mouths and out of holes in their flesh and hits the ground and evaporates and turns to steam.
Oh.
And you make your attack. Is it a attack roll, a spell roll?
Instinct weapon. So I think
Yep. So you attack
Attack.
with duality dice, and you're gonna add your
I'm
instinct.
going to use these 2 tokens that I got from being a Seaborn from 2 fear I rolled earlier to add +1 for each to this roll.
Nice.
And then I also think I'm going to use an experience just to make sure this lands. I'm gonna hold off on using the experience right now. I'm just gonna use the +2 for my tokens. Okay,
Come on now.
Okay. That's an 18 with fear.
Oh,
18 with fear definitely hits.
Nice.
So you can roll your damage. I'll take my fear.
Okay. So this will be. That is
I am just about at max fear, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. We are-
13 magic damage.
Joy.
13 magic damage. That's very good. Okay.
attaboy.
That's going to count as major damage for them. So
Nice.
Cool. Sweet. And then I will brace.
So you are in very close range, and this does count as an attack. So you trigger the Dread Howl.
Okay.
It's nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a reaction roll. I lied. That's an action, so that's not going to happen.
Okay.
You're safe. So this energy blasts out from you and scorches the first two wolves that are in front of you, and just sears their flesh. And you hear this like yelp of a dying dog as they screech, and that ichor just seems to pour out of the open wounds as they collapse onto the ground, and steam just starts to rise from them. The one behind them just climbs over, not dissuaded at all. The other three from the other side loop around now, and they actually are going to push straight past the two of you and just start to circle in around Syndrix.
That's exactly
All-
what I need, baby.
All of these are distorted figures, and they don't make sense. They're not the way a wolf should be laid out, in different ways. But they all rush around and they start attacking as the spotlight shifts to me since you rolled with fear. They're going to... Actually, they're going to get up close in range of all of you, so they're very close range with all three of you. So they are going to be circling around Syndrix, but they will be intermixed in your group enough so that they will use the Dread Howl action now. So they're going to mark a stress, and all creatures within very close range lose a hope. So you guys all lose a hope. If you don't have a hope to lose, there are consequences, but you mark 2 stress if you don't have a hope to lose. As you hear this piercing, kind of gurgling, distorted howl that fills the area, and just the visage of these things alone is almost enough to shake you. But with that addition, you start to lose literally hope at the outcome of this battle. I'm going to go ahead and spend another fear. And you hear crumbling, and pieces of stone and wood start to fall down and land at your feet around you. As you glance up and you see a figure, giant clawed hands grasping the side of the roof, as an enormous toothed beak peeks out over the edge and then peers down at you as you see this amalgamation of what looks like some of those birds that you saw earlier, those pterosaurs, combined with what you would know from Tulnira as a wyvern. It's like a gross combination of teeth and sharp beak, and the head is large for the body with a big crest that arcs up above it. The claws are sharp and come out halfway from the bent wings that curl up behind it. This enormous barbed tail swings around behind it. It has that same black ichor pouring out of parts of its body, and it looks down over you.
Oh, I think that's a Quetzalcoatl.
And it opens its mouth, and you see just like steam kind of drift out from it as you hear gurgling through what you assume to be a voice. As you hear, makes no sense to you. It's indiscernible. You're not sure if it's a language barrier, if this thing is trying to communicate what's happening, but it seems to have enough intelligence to try to be communicating verbally.
Oh,
It's going to look down at you, and it is going to drop. It's going to leave the edge of the roof and swoop down in this tight area. And as it comes down, one of its wings and the claw on the side of it is going to reach down, as that's basically all it can reach you with at this point, and try to swipe past one of you as it moves faster than you would imagine it would be able to. So it is going to make an attack. Its reach puts it just at very close range. It's going to swoop down and try to hit Reggie.
All right.
That is only a 12 to hit, though.
That misses.
So as it's kind of trying to wedge its body down into this narrow corridor, it swings down and you duck out of the way as the claw digs into the side of the stonework, and sparks fly off as powdered stone lands at your feet, but you do dodge. Okay, I'm going to use another fear because I'm flush with cash. And it you feel the ground start to shake as this thing circles up above you, and you see at the end of the alley, just blocking off your view of the canal from where you came, this enormous boar. Now that you see it close up, it has rows of eyes sticking up on either side down the flanks of its body, and it has an extra set of front limbs. So it's got 6 legs that it's propelling its body with, and these giant holes in the sides of its flesh where that purple ichor is pouring out of. And it starts to just prepare itself like a classic bull preparing to charge, kicking up dust and just staring down this alley. I'm going to use another fear to move the wolves out of the way. So they are going to just move. They're not going to take an action. But I will have... Actually, rules is written. I don't think I can spotlight them twice, which means I can't move them. So in fact, I'll have him come into range, and then I can spotlight the flying creature. So I will spotlight it again because it has relentless, as it is going to...
Oh, hey.
And I did forget this last time, but we'll use it this time. The beast is going to swoop back down. It has an ability called Peerless Accuracy. So I'm going to roll a d6. On a success, the target's evasion is halved, but that was a fail. So your evasion stays the same, but it is going to just swoop down and try to take another swipe.
At me?
And would that have lasted the combat?
No. It's just for that attack.
Okay.
So it's going to make its next attack. That is a 22 to hit, Reggie.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are going to take... 14 points of physical damage.
Okay. I'm going to use an armor slot. That's a major. I'm going to use an armor slot to drop that down to a minor and take one hit.
You duck out of the way just in time. This time it's more aware of your presence, but the claw doesn't find complete purchase in your body just because you guys are tucked down in here. And it scrapes against your armor, digging big grooves into your shoulder plate. Then I'm going to use a final fear for its third ability, or its third relentless. And it is going to... It's going to fly down again, and it's going to just dig its claws as it kind of sinks down above you. So it's 20 feet above you guys now, or its head would be. So it's about 10 feet above you at its feet. And its claws are dug into the sides of the walls, and its wings tucked behind it as it looks down and it opens its mouth, and just this like cloud of steam starts to pour down over all of you. So all of you need to make an instinct reaction roll.
Oh my gosh.
12.
Oh, that's actually good.
16.
17 with 17.
Nice. Okay, so only one of you fail. Syndrix, you fail. It is going to gain a fear for every fail. And it's going to learn one of your fears.
Oh.
Mine?
Yeah, so you can message me that privately if you'd like, or you can say it.
I'll message it.
Knowing Syndrix is going to be something very trivial. Like, I'm afraid of heights.
We'll see. All right, but that is its final turn. And so the spotlight shifts back to you guys.
Okay.
You are kind of smashed into this alley with the wolves intermixed amongst you. The giant boar is at the end, and this winged creature is above you.
So, at roughly the mouth of the alley where I was,
Yeah.
what range is the big bird at?
Probably close.
Close?
Yeah.
And the boar would also probably be close to this.
The boar is actually like very close. It's right behind you.
Okay. And then we established that the wolves are very close.
The wolves are definitely very close.
Okay.
Some of them are probably made.
So, if I have this right, I think this is a good time for this. As the steam will start to, rain down and come at us, Reginald, you'll see kind of you'll start whipping it away, and you'll start to notice there's water droplets just kind of slowly floating up into the air, and all of a sudden they shift into just shapes of fish as you see just a swirling little, almost like whirlpool vortex forming in Oz's hands as he kind of holds it out and just goes, "Oh, hope this works." As I will conjure a swarm, a school of fish that just are whipping around wildly.
Sick.
Yeah,
That is cool.
It is just a reflavored fireflies, but I had to make a spellcast roll against all adversaries within close range. Which
Nice.
I'm going to go ahead and use my +1 from the Seaborn just to help out, because
Come on, baby.
hey, that is going to be a 19 with hope.
Yes.
Nice.
19.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
Dude.
19 successfully hits all of them.
Yes.
That's
In
awesome.
that case, I will use a hope, because I get the choice with this domain card, which is odd. But I may spend a hope to deal 2d8
You
magic
disappeared. You full on disappeared when you looked away.
damage. Spooky. 2d8 plus 3, I guess.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'll say, remember, you have that ability once per short rest to negate the cost of a hope for one of your
true.
spells.
I might as well
So-
use that. So yeah. 2d8. That's a 15 on those. Plus the 3, so
Jesus.
18.
18
Yes, dude.
damage to
That's
everything.
That's amazing.
As these fish start to grow and swirl and go faster and larger and elongate into almost like barracudas, they just start like digging into these the wolves and the boar and the bird as they're just digging into open wounds, and any of the blood, it's like blood in the water. They swarm around and they they dig into those Icarus wounds that pour down the sides of their bodies. Some of them just boring straight through some of these things as their kind of flesh is rotten already. It's a lot of damage. That is firmly in major for all of them.
Nice.
Okay, so they are all going to take major damage. You did deal damage to the flying creature, which triggers a countdown.
Ooh.
Eek.
You see as two of the wolves just collapse as these like barracuda tear through them just completely. And one kind of like pokes through the side of the head and then bursts out one of the eyes and goes back into the school and they start spinning. All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that was the hope.
How's the hope?
Yeah, that's you guys. The countdown is going to be a loop D6. So I'll start that on mine.
Right.
Okay. Seeing that the flying beast was the one that tried to speak, seems like the intelligent one, I will turn towards that and cast Ice Spike, which is a spellcast roll against them. And if I succeed, I get to produce damage.
Generally, that's how the attacks
Yep.
work. Yes.
Yes, I know.
That's for the audience.
And
Yeah.
for me, my thing is, if I hit them, I get to deal damage. But that's my thing. That's just maybe a me thing.
Well, that was 12 with
That-
fear. Oh wait,
Kobe, you're supposed to roll higher and with hope.
I'm going
Yeah.
to mark
You don't know how
2
to play the
stress
game?
and change that to a hope instead.
There you go.
Okay.
So
So-
so we get to keep going.
You get your
Well,
hope,
if you fail, it still switches.
Oh shoot.
but you fail. So you create the ice spike and you launch it up, and the thing with its claw just pulls its wing in front of itself, and it does just shatter across this like
I'm sorry, boys.
reinforced flesh across its wing. It does show signs of clear intelligence, and like it's sort of controlling the flow of the other beasts. All right, so that spotlight comes back to me. Also, the countdown goes down.
At least he didn't get a fear from it.
Yeah, because I'm hurting for fear. So the first thing that happens is the wolves will attack, and then first of all, they're going to attack.
And if they succeed, they
also
deal
take
damage.
Yeah.
That's sort of their mechanic.
Oh.
As there's only 2 wolves left, they are going to.
Really?
Yeah, you've taken
Well,
out
I guess-
you've thinned the herd quite a bit already.
Okay.
They're going to mark another stress, and they are going to dread howl once more. So that is going to make all of you lose a hope.
Dang it.
If you have
Well,
no
good thing
hope
I
to
got that
lose, you
flag.
mark 2 stress.
Good.
And then you hear some like of that guttural, gurgly like from above you, and the 2 wolves duck out of the alley and try to run away. Unless any of you have a response to them leaving your range. Nobody?
I do.
All right. Yeah, they are leaving your range. So if you want to take an attack of opportunity, you can do so. Which action would you like to take?
Well, I'm gonna roll a crit, so I get to choose 2.
Okay.
Okay.
So first, I'm gonna. Deal
So go ahead
damage.
and choose them before you crit. I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first, I'm gonna roll damage, and then second. Oh, first, hold on. Let me not get too ahead of myself here.
Yeah, let's see that crit.
It's a 12.
You would have crit if you didn't back out
Yeah.
like a wuss.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so that's only a 12.
Okay.
And that's against their difficulty.
And it's a reaction roll, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So no hope or fear gained, but that is fail, unfortunately. So as you swing out against them, this one is more nimble and ducks out of the way now that it's been given command, and they both wrap around outside the sides of the alley. And then I'm going to use a fear. and the boar
Yeah, forgot about that guy.
is going to just take off and charge through all of you. So he's going to make an attack against all of you.
Ooh, it's tight little alley.
Yeah. Someone needs to turn into a bird.
Yeah, he's basically like his sides are scraping against the
Yeah.
edges of it as he's passing through.
Oh no.
Not great. That's not great. Let me
For
see if
us?
there's anything.
Or you.
Boom!
Yeah.
Oh, I have to spend one. I must spend a fear to spotlight this, so that's a passive. I would assume that means in addition to the fear I would use to already spotlight them, so I did use 2. Let the record show.
Okay.
It's a gentleman's game.
Okay. Yeah, that's only a 9.
Yes.
Oh!
Yes.
That's
I'm
really
good, actually.
sad. I'm going to be
great.
a dick here, though, and say that because you have confined yourselves to the alley, I'm going to give it an advantage roll. And I think that's fair. I would do the same thing to you guys.
Okay.
You have really no way to... Because in my mind, you dodge this attack, right? You don't tank this attack.
You don't know
And
me.
Well-
there's not really much room to dodge. It's possible. You could, like, slip between its legs, but for it to miss all 3 targets
Yeah.
in a narrow alley, I'm just going to give it advantage.
We'll see.
Let the dice gods decide. And that is only a 16.
Well,
Okay. Well,
it hits
That-
me.
It's all of us now.
That's a much better outcome for me. So that's
Yeah.
good.
I'm glad you're happy.
Thanks. I think it would be hard for me to justify narratively that this boar that is the size of the alley that you hid in missed all of you. So I think this is.
you don't have to justify it anymore. You know?
Yeah.
I know. That's
Make
why
up
I'm saying
whatever
I'm-
rule you want.
which is also interesting because earlier you said it was
Do
be
whatever
really
you
tight
want,
fit for the board, but
Yeah.
you know, what?
Yes. This is the exact outcome of that statement.
Uh,
And you guys can all take 19 points of damage because I rolled really high.
No.
Okay.
I'm going to use an armor slot and reduce that down to my major threshold
yeah, I mean,
because that
might,
was in my severe.
yeah, might as well use an armor slot as well.
Same.
Boop.
I'm gonna bump mine down to.
I'll just bump it down to a. It was in my major, now it's minor. Owie.
Same.
Yeah.
Ouch.
As it rushes through and catches all of you, you don't have time to dive out of the way. You can't get beneath it for fear of being trampled. You're kind of stuck. It launches the group of you, and you're all knocked back to very far range. So you're knocked out the back of this alley, now out into a street on the other side. So you're in a more open area now. You have more room to navigate. It's no longer going to have advantage on its attacks against you. And you are now in the center of those 2 wolves that had like branched off. I'm going to use another fear, and the flying creature is now going to lift up out of the alley now that you're sort of out in the open. And the first thing it's going to do is fly down and just create this big gust or cloud rather of that kind of like purple tinted steam that's coming out of its mouth. So you guys all need to make instinct reaction roll for me.
Oh.
Man, 13.
Crit's
Oh.
just
14.
auto pass, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I got a 19 anyway, but
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, you auto pass. You auto success.
Yeah.
And what were the other 2
14.
rolls?
14.
11.
Okay, again, Syndrix, you're the only one that fails, so it's going to learn another one of your fears.
Oh, man.
Okay.
I'm scared
of nothing.
And it gains
Yeah.
a fear. All right.
You went to the academy without pants.
That's not really scary if you just say it.
That's that's 24 damage from the pants thing. No. You are so it's gonna swoop back around now, and this time as you're like clearing your eyes and trying to look through this steam, it's going to make an attack at it's gonna attack Reggie again. This thing is an intelligent hunter.
Some bit.
It's gonna first use Peerless Accuracy to see if it's going to
He'd go for the biggest threat.
that is a fail on the Peerless Accuracy, so your evasion is normal.
Thank God.
Ooh, but it's rolling high on the attacks. That's a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
I would assume.
Who needs
so.
accuracy when you can just smack?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's sad. It's just not that high of a roll for me, but that's still 12 points of physical damage. Don't you worry.
Okay, I'm gonna use my 3rd armor slot and drop that from my major down to minor.
All right, so it's gonna swoop down and catch you on the side of or actually on your back, as you're trying to figure out what right from left in the middle of the steam cloud, and scrape against your armor, catching some of your flesh beneath it. And you feel blood kind of spray up across your shoulder as this thing's shadow flies off again. And yeah, it's gonna swoop back up and land on a building, and it's gonna see how you guys respond to this. It's still within close range. It's just on the roof of a lower, sort of like a lower level of a structure near you, clutching the edge.
Okay.
All right. Spotlight shifts back to you.
How much fear do you have right now?
I have 6.
Okay.
Okay.
It's gaining fear every time you fail a roll on its
Yeah.
breath attack.
So I have questions about current battlefield. So those 2 wolves are next to us now. And the boar is at, like,
It's
the
pretty
end of the
similar.
alley.
The boar is now at plugging the alley on that end, and it's still within very close range of you.
Is it? I thought it knocked us very far.
It did.
It charged in though. It like charged
Yeah.
in
Oh,
after.
it's still moved. Okay.
That's still its movement. It rushed. It followed.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the wolves are also within very close range. Probably, even we could justify melee if that changes things for you. And the bird is in close range up on the side of that low structure near you, on the opposite side of the board.
I would like to use a minor heal potion.
Go for it.
Okay, that's
You're like, as you stand up and just pull it out of your
D4.
bag and quickly take it,
Yeah.
you're not immediately harried by anything, so
Okay.
Yes.
That's a
you
3.
successfully do so.
Nice.
I get to remove 3 hit points. I'm back in the fight,
You
boys.
slug down the healing potion and then just drop it onto the ground, and the vial shatters. Your wounds start
I
to
take a
close.
step back and fall into glass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Difficult terrain all around,
Ah!
I am going to make a weapon attack.
And then you deal damage.
If he
Yes.
hits. Only if when if he hits with
Yeah.
his weapon attack, then he deals damage.
Oh,
That's sort of
that's
his
interesting.
plan is.
So I want to use.
Also, the
Is it-
countdown went down when you took your potion.
Okay.
I want to use this ability called Whirlwind. It's like when I make a successful attack against a target within very close range, you can spend a hope to use the attack against all of the targets within very close range. But my initial attack, my weapon range is only melee. So if I go into melee range of the boar, am I still in very close range with the 2 wolves?
With one of them, yes. Which effectively is going to count towards both. Actually, just for narrative purposes, because they kind of function as a unit, I'll say I did describe them as just tucking around the outsides of the alley, and this boar kind of plugged the gap. So yeah, I would say they're all within very close range of each other. You could definitely, if you attack the boar, you could get the 2 wolves.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna attack the boar as my primary target. I'm going to add my Seaborn token, the last one, to get a +1 to this roll. So for my attack, that is a 20 with hope. And I'm
Yeah.
going to spend that hope to do the whirlwind. So I'm going to roll my damage, and then the 2 wolves will take half of this damage. The boar will take the full, really bad roll.
Love to see it.
What are we
8.
looking at here?
Okay. I was waiting. I was building up for it.
8 physical damage.
So
on
8 physical
2d8
damage to him and plus things,
for-
right? Or is it just
That
2d8?
is plus things.
Okay, okay. And
Wait, oh, sorry, that's 10. That's 10. 10 damage to the boar, then 5 to each of the wolves.
okay. Yeah. So you rush up after you were knocked onto your ass. Everyone else is kind of like reeling as the mist comes over, the steam comes over all of you. And as you're getting to your feet, Reggie, you get caught by the claw and immediately pull out the health potion and pop it. Before you can even register kind of your surroundings or take anything into account, you see Cindrix is already on his feet, dragging his sword behind him as he grabs it with both hands, brings it up and carves in to the underside of the neck of this boar and spins straight through the neck and catches the side of one of the wolves, cutting through the wolf's face, and the wolf just falls, slumps to the ground as this purple ichor just sloughs out onto the ground in front of the boar. The other wolf, it was able to dodge out of the way, so there's one wolf remaining. And the boar kind of recoils and roars out this gurgled gasp that comes half out of its neck and half out of its mouth. That is with hope, though, correct?
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah, that's going to tick
Okay.
down the die, but that is a success. Spotlight's still on you guys.
What is the rules on passing, like giving an item to somebody? Action?
Action, but don't have to roll for it.
Okay, perfect. I will, since I'm close to
If it's reasonable, yeah.
Reginald anyway, I'll just kind of produce a small but similar trinket to, well, small but the same trinket to what he's seen before, where it's just a half of a clamshell with a bit of a pearl and just some nice fancy embroidery around it. Embroidery is not the right term. Embroidery is, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, just on a
Ornamentation
small
or something.
little, pearl bracelet looking thing, and I'll just hand it over to him. He's like, "You know what to do with this."
Thank you very
As-
much.
And as I pass it off, the sodden crook will, like a big old drop of water will start to come off of it as Oz whips it up and then just whips it at the Quetzalcoatl.
Sweet. So that's 2 actions, but the first one doesn't come at the cost of anything other than the spotlight tipping down.
Yeah.
I technically it might be rolls, but we're gonna run with this for now because otherwise you could just take infinite free actions. So
Sure.
timeline wise, that makes sense to me. Okay, go ahead and make the
Okay.
attack.
Well, that's going to be a cool fail. That's a 6.
6
With
is
hope.
tough. That is certainly a
hope.
fail, but it is with hope.
Yeah.
So you get your hope, and the spotlight shifts back to me. You create the whip, the water whip at the end of your staff, and you swing it out. And as it goes to strike, the thing lifts off, and it smashes against the roof, cracking some of the stonework, but doesn't find purchase on the winged beacher. The winged creature. As it lifts up into the air and is going to swoop over all of you, and it's going to use that steam breath once again. Instinct rolls, reaction rolls from all of you.
No, I actually failed that one.
16. Oh, 17.
What'd you get, Cindrix?
Instinct?
Yep.
12. And I'm afraid of it.
I'll just go ahead and take 2. So I get 2 fear for that. And yeah, Oz, if you want to send me privately a fear of Oz's, you may. Otherwise, you could tell us.
What a good character building exercise. I didn't think about Cindrix's top 3 fears before coming into
Right.
today's session.
That's on you.
Yeah,
This is good. We're about to find out. Yeah, and Cindrix, if you got a third option, baby,
Alright, yeah. I'll
send me one over. Okay. So that's going to be its first action. It's going to spend one of those fear it just gained to swing down, and it's going to attempt to attack Reggie again.
Yo, why is this guy attacking me?
Seems to recognize your role on this team. You're
The
not sure
brains,
why.
baby.
That is a success. So your evasion is halved.
Dang it.
Would it matter?
It's not going to
Yeah.
matter because I'm going to roll a crit right here.
His
I've rolled,
evasion
on
is
its
higher
last
than
2
mine.
attacks, I rolled a 19 and an 18. So it's not that
I'm
its
at the
bonus
lowest.
is
So
all
you're
that
due.
high.
You're due for a bad roll.
There you go.
That's a 10 total, and you can go fuck yourself.
That's a 10 total? Dang
Yeah.
it. Yeah, the hits because I'm halved.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I'm happy again.
Yeah.
Forgot I succeeded on the first part, so it did matter.
Okay, look at that.
Yeah, so it swoops down, and you're still trying to peer through the steam, but its claw does find the center of your chest this time, and it's going to do only 10 physical damage this time.
The if you want
Oh,
me to
yeah.
reminder,
That's
the
right.
rune ward,
Mm-hmm.
you can
is the
spend a
item you
hope
gave
to
him.
reduce the damage by 1d8.
Okay, I am going to use my free use of not needing a hope. And
Technically, that only applies to spells because it's because of the magically charged atmosphere.
I mean, rune ward is a domain card, I guess, but
Yeah, that's where I'm stuck.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll allow it.
whew,
It's a spell.
Okay.
You try to apply the protection that was given to you. You grip onto it, and where normally you're used to feeling this like warm, soothing pulse that sort of envelops you and protects you from harm, you feel a wave that washes over you that seems more potent and powerful than it normally is. And it does absorb some of the impact of this blow.
so that moves me down to a minor.
Sweet.
And I'll just take
How much was it?
it brought it down to it was a 10, so it brought it down to a 2.
You rolled an 8?
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to roll.
Oh yeah, it's a 1d8. If you roll an 8,
Oh,
the
thank
magic
God.
fails.
Oh
What'd
wait,
you roll?
I rolled a 2, which ties my threshold.
Oh well.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna use my last armor slot and make that a minor.
Yeah. Okay. But the magic doesn't subside. You still have that, right?
Okay,
So you didn't roll an
yes.
8?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So your ward holds, but you do still take the near full brunt of that impact. It tears through the front of your arm. Your armor is in tatters now, and the skin beneath it isn't faring much better. You guys see as Reggie is being picked apart by this thing in the air.
Sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Is it our spotlight now, or are you still up?
No, I'm still up. I'm going to have the one remaining wolf is going to step into the middle of all of you, completely against what would be the safest option for it. I'm going to use my fear. And it is
Ugh.
going to...
I forgot to move. Yeah.
It is going to howl again, Dread Howl.
Man,
Bro
So
is
that
banging.
marks its final stress. It is now vulnerable. I think that applies to enemies as well. So they are vulnerable and standing in the middle of all of you. But it is going to make you all lose 1 hope.
And it's 2 stress if you don't have hope.
Correct.
Dang.
2 stress if you don't have hope. And then I'm going to use 2 fear, 1 to spotlight it, and 1 because it has a passive that requires it to spotlight the boar again. As it's going to step up. You guys are all still grouped within very close range of each other. So it is going to make its standard attack. Actually, instead, since Syndrix is standing directly in front of it, it's going to attack Syndrix. And
Gore me?
it is literally going to use
Yeah.
gore. Yeah. So it makes an attack against target within very close range. We'll do that first. It's a pretty good roll. That's an 18 to hit.
Nice.
Nice. It's going to do 2d. It's going to do 2d8 direct physical damage. So it's going to ignore your armor, I assume that means.
So my thresholds are my level? Or like I can't use armor to negate this.
I was under the impression that it is doing them without the ability to negate it with armor.
That makes sense, yeah.
And that
That's
is
not good.
10 damage.
Okay, so that's still just a minor damage.
Okay. So it does pierce through. It uses one of its
Yeah.
like big tusks that are elongated and sharpened, and it brings its head down and it stabs in through your armor. But your, fortunately, skin is also armor, and the hardened scales beneath it catch the brunt of that impact and prevent it from going deeper into your ribs. All right, that's its turn. I am going to... I'm running low on fear at this point.
Hello.
4, but things are pretty
not low
expensive
enough.
on this end. It's going to fly back and land on the roof, and it's going to hold because the countdown is at 1.
Okay. Is it back to us now?
It's back to you.
Okay. I'm thinking about attempting something. With this countdown at 1, I'm gonna look up at this thing and put my palm out and Iron Man style try to use some of this natural magic that I have and see what it does.
You're going to just tap into this spring
That's
of
right.
magic that's
I
inside you.
was tempted.
Yes.
Yeah, I like this move.
Roll a d20.
I like it.
You can, I'll say this, roll the d20 and then you decide who you pointed at.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
That's an 18. All right.
18.
Yeah, and I'm gonna point it.
I don't know if that's
at-
a good thing or not.
Well, that's true. I'm gonna
about to
point it
find
at
out.
the
I don't
flying
either.
beast.
And heal it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, so you tap into this energy inside yourself. And this thing is like clawed on the edge of that building over to the side. You feel energy start to course through you. This time, it starts to extend to your limbs, out to your arms, and you think you're going to project it at this thing. And then it starts to extend down into your legs and up into your head, and you start to shake and vibrate before your vision goes black for a second. And now you're looking down at your friends with a giant winged beast in between them as you stand on the rooftop from where you just changed places with this thing.
I just walked into
Hey.
this guy.
No. You switched places with it.
Oh.
It is now where you were, and you
Yes.
were where it was.
Oh shit.
I mean, not a
Hey.
bad outcome, certainly.
Yeah, it's true.
He's within melee range now.
I'm gonna say.
That's
and that's
true.
not
Get
a,
him,
that's not a
Cedric.
fail. It's certainly not a fail. So,
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna say.
for the purposes of this, there are positive and negative determined outcomes. A negative outcome will count as a fail, we'll say.
Hmm.
So you can't infinitely use the magic.
Right.
Okay. Oz, did you have something or? in Cindric's.
No, you can go. You can hack into this thing if you'd like.
I am going to turn away from the boar and use this opportunity to attack this winged creature.
Mm-hmm.
But before I do so, I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna listen deep down to this little something scratching in my ear.
Yes.
And
Your reward from your previous missions.
try and listen to what maybe this pixie has to say.
So the pixie, canonically in our world, is going to guide you via your gut instinct. And
Okay.
you feel this tusk bored into your ribs. And despite every urge you have instinctively to fight this thing that's stabbing you, your gut's pulling you in the opposite direction. You see what happened just kind of at a glance over your shoulder, where now Reggie's all of a sudden on the roof, and there's this beast for the first time down on ground level. And you pull yourself off of the tusk, and in the same motion, turn and swing down with your blade.
Yes.
For a what?
18 with fear.
18 does hit, but I'll take my fear.
Okay. Okay. I will roll damage. Not good enough.
Not good
is
enough.
13. physical
13.
damage.
13 is just the threshold to major. That's
Nice.
huge.
Nice.
Yes.
So that is 2 physical damage. As you bring your sword down, this thing looks visibly confused as its head starts to duck back and forth. It's facing the opposite direction because it was facing the same way he was facing. And so you bring down your blade right between the back of its wings, and this deep groove digs through its
Nice.
flesh as this black purple ichor starts to pour down its sides, and it screams out in this horrible guttural screeching gurgling sound that is with fear, however. So now, and also I forgot the countdown trigger, so it will happen now. As this happens, it screams out, and just out of all of the holes in its body, the steam pours out around you.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will say, in this context, I'm going to tweak it so that it's not actually going to affect Reggie, since he has teleported to the other side with it. It's going to be more AoE around itself, so the 2 of you are going to be affected by this. So the targets must succeed. This just happens. This isn't its action. You guys are going to make an instinct reaction roll yet again.
Come on. I deserve a good roll.
Yeah.
You guys both
Not great.
failed your checks before, so it knows your fears, which gives you
Uh-oh.
disadvantage on this roll.
I don't think it really matters for me, but
Do I roll 3 disadvantage?
Nope.
okay. Well, that'd be 7.
6.
Yeah, those are both fails. So I'll leave it up to you. Do you want me to narrate what you see in your minds? It will reveal some of the fears that you've revealed to me. Or would you rather you suffer silently with this image in your head and just know the outcomes?
I mean, I don't know. It might take a while for Cindrix with how many times he's failed. So
Yeah.
He's not gonna. He's
yeah.
not gonna report all of them, but
I'll suffer silently.
okay.
Oh,
So you see Oz sort of, for the first time, show strong negative emotions. He's been pretty level-headed throughout all this. Kind of a shit, to be fair, at times. But you see him fall to his knees and just look defeated in his face. As his eyes are glazed over with this purple-black haze. You mark a stress, and you lose a hope. And the countdown starts back at 6.
If I don't have a hope,
If you don't have a hope, well, it doesn't actually specify. I would say
oh, nice.
most of the time it marks more stress, but I'll say since they didn't write it, you can
There
just
you
lose
go.
all your hope. Okay. And Syndrix, your sword nearly falls from your grip as you, Reggie, you have a clear view of both of them as you see Syndrix kind of wander forward and reach a hand out as his eyes are completely glazed over in this purplish black coloration. And there's almost like tears forming in the sides of his eyes as he looks completely defeated as well. So you're going to mark a stress and lose a hope as well, Reggie. Or, excuse me, Syndrix. Okay, and now the spotlight shifts because you rolled with fear. This thing is not happy. It is going to turn and strike at Syndrix, whose eyes snap back to himself just in time to see this claw piercing around at you. First, it's going to roll Peerless Accuracy. It fails that, so your evasion stays the same. And that is only a 10 to hit you.
Misses.
You snap back just in time, and as your grip was loosening on the hilt of your sword, it immediately snaps back, and you bring up that blade in the same motion and parry the claw with sparks shoot out in front of you as you immediately snap back into battle mode. Your eyes darken. Okay, that's its first attack. Then it's going to angrily turn and try to fly back towards Reggie. Do it.
All right, this time I'm getting crit for real.
I believe.
First thing I'm gonna do is make sure it doesn't leave my area, and then
Yeah.
I'm gonna stab it. I actually did crit.
Let's go!
I actually rolled a double
Shut
nine.
the fuck up.
I swear.
I
That's
believe.
awesome.
Yes.
That's incredible.
That is awesome.
Yeah, so he can't move from where he's at,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna deal my weapon damage. And that is 15 physical damage.
Let's go.
Jesus. Yeah,
Come on.
that's major again. So as this thing
Oh, wait.
now
Oh no, it's
confused and tries to rush off in the opposite direction. Wait, did you roll crit damage?
fine. No, I didn't.
So you get max dice damage plus
But-
whatever you rolled.
Do I?
Is it a reaction
Does
roll?
It is a reaction roll. It just says you deal damage to them. If I crit success, I choose 2 of the options. I didn't interpret that
Yeah.
as rolling with crit damage as well.
No. You're correct in what
Yeah.
you decided. Yeah.
Okay.
Still sick. So you slash at its claw and parry it. Sparks fly as you regain consciousness and immediately sink back into your training. You revert back into everything that you were taught. Not good enough runs through your head as this thing turns and tries to abandon you to rush back towards Reggie, who it's been hunting, and switched places with it. And as it starts to take off, you just turn your blade around and stab through its wing, embedding your blade down into the stonework as it tries to take off, and it tears through a good portion of the side of its wing like a blade through a sail on a ship, and you hear the ripping as it starts to take off and then stops itself for fear of losing one of its wings entirely, and turns around to you angrily. All right, it's going to stay right where it's at, and it's going to make another attack at you using another fear. It's going to use Peerless Accuracy again. It's a fail on that. It's just going to make a straight-up attack. That is a 14 to hit.
That hits.
Oh,
All right. Rolling like shit on its damage. That's only 11 physical damage.
It's a minor.
Um,
I'm actually gonna use an armor slot to negate that damage completely.
All right.
Nice.
So
Good
as it
call.
swings out at you, you don't parry. You just kind of lean the correct direction, and sort of a glancing blow across your armor that sparks fly off of, and it scrapes grooves through, but you don't take any damage on your flesh itself. All right, it's going to angrily then use another fear to make its third attack at you. Is it just? That's definitely a fail on that. On the peerless accuracy, so it's going to roll without your evasion half. It still has the attack. Okay, that is a 19 to hit, so that does hit. And it is going to do a little better this time. That's 18 points of physical damage.
Okay, that is major. I'll mark an armor slot to bump that down to minor.
Yeah, so it's going to bring down, after that first one just catches your armor, it's actually going to swing around with its toothed beak and just dig in, and it clamps down on either side of your torso, and some of the teeth do pierce through the armor and find the flesh before you were able to, as it bit down, get your sword up into the crook of its mouth, and you just push against it, and the blade digs into the corners of its mouth, and it scrapes through and pulls some of the flesh out, but then releases its jaws as you push its head off of yourself. All right, the wolf, the lone wolf that is still in the middle of your group that nobody has been able to deal with yet, is going to it's full on stress.
Yeah, I was like, is it gonna?
And
kill itself to do
it only has 1/8. It can't. I mean, in my mind, the act of doing it would kill itself, so it can't do that. It can't self-destruct with the move.
Yeah, I agree.
So
100%.
instead,
Yeah.
in this case,
Well, I
instead
thought
it's going to
use if you
you can't use the stress
stretch
ability
itself?
if you don't have the stress. You can't.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that makes sense in general.
Yeah.
So it's going to turn and it's going to lunge at. Actually, no. Since after that thing bites you and lifts off, it screeches out in this, like, again, language and voice that you don't understand as the wolf turns, and it's going to lunge at you as well.
Okay.
This thing's
man.
pissed
this
off.
fight isn't so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oz is chill. If everybody around you dies, that might not be good, but that is bullshit and doesn't hit you, so don't even worry about it.
Sweet.
As the wolf tries to kind of sneak up underneath this thing's wing and lunge at you. Yeah. You just literally step back out of the way, and it like swings out and it doesn't get close. Like playing tag with a little kid. Okay. We're running low on fear here, so for their final turn, the boar behind you is going to attempt to gore you once more.
Oh my
Man.
god.
Although that
I'm in a
takes
bad
2
spot.
fear.
Do it. You should do it.
Gorham, he's a bitch.
Yeah, do it.
He is a bitch, but this thing is somewhat intelligent. Oh no, it's pissed off. I mean, you've angered it. It's going to use both, and it's going to try to gore you. Okay.
Oh. Cindrix needs to go to sleep. Take a
10.
long rest. Misses.
Jesus Christ. Okay. So it swings it. Despite all odds, you're parrying and lunging and dodging and feinting blows. As you turn around, this thing rears up again and brings its head down with one of its tusks. This time, you fully duck underneath it as it scrapes across the top of your armor and come up underneath on the other side. You've sort of stepped out, so they're in like a semicircle around you. But from above, Reggie, you have a really sick vantage of like this Matrix style parrying from all angles. And Oz, you are just having a decent day.
Yeah.
You did get headbutted once, but otherwise you've been pretty chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Spotlight shoots back to you guys. I have 1 fear.
1 fear. Interesting. That's interesting you say that. What's my range to everything?
Close.
Close.
Can I easily
How
How
get
was that
down?
the wrong answer? I don't understand.
How easily? Well, would it be an action for me to get off of this roof?
I would say you do have to. You do have to, since you're up there. It's not a high DC, but you have to make an agility roll.
Hmm. I'm going to do that. Wait, that would give you a fear, right?
Oh,
If
I mean,
you
if you fail,
fail,
or if you
yeah.
if
Okay.
you succeed with fear.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
All right.
It's only a DC. Only a DC 5.
Holy crap, guys!
Actually,
I rolled
probably 7.
a 3 total. I rolled a 1 and a 2, and that was with fear.
That's the worst possible roll you.
That
can
is
get.
Well,
literally the worst possible.
If it
roll
makes
you
you
can get.
feel any better, you did take up precious attack time from Syndrix.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
know.
also no, but he
Oz
also
hasn't
ticks
gotten a
down the
while either.
countdown,
True.
so that
True.
that's gonna happen faster. And he gave them a fear and pushed the spotlight right back to
yeah.
them.
And you're a ranged character.
I had a plan.
So
There
what
was a
happens is you have this play. You see Syndrix holding his own against the entirety of the enemy force, but you're concerned because how long can he hold this up? You come up with this really good plan, and your mind is thinking of celebrating after that plan as you take the first step and the shingle breaks underneath your foot and you slide ass over tea kettle off the end of this roof and land into some crates below you.
Yeah. That's
So you actually no. Instead of just the normal you take a stress, that was bad. No. We'll say that because I don't want you to end up inside. I'll have you fall out. You ass over tea kettle. You land in the crates, and you are vulnerable until your next turn because you are in a really
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
difficult position here.
Do I take a stress as well?
No, the
Okay.
vulnerability is your
Yeah.
punishment for rolling the worst possible thing that you can roll. Okay, and then it shifts back to them. They only have 2 fear, but they do get the 1 free action from the spotlight. And so this beast is going to use its breath as it expands this cloud, everything within close range. So that's all 3 of you. As it turns and just launches this cloud of steam.
Oh, there we go.
Instinct reaction rolls.
18.
God. Oh. 3. No, I'm just kidding. 19.
19.
Hey, okay, it
There we
gets
go.
0
Finally.
fear from it. That was tough. I was really banking on that to restock my resources. Okay,
Thank goodness.
it is going to look at Syndrix, and it's going to glance back over at Reggie, who just fell in the crates, and it's going to screech out some commands that you don't understand. And the wolf is going to rush over. Okay. Use your attack. Do you have a limited amount of those, or is it anytime anything leaves your range?
It just says when an adversary within melee range attempts to leave that range.
That's awesome.
Nice.
That's
Hack,
crazy.
Hack.
Yeah.
That's is a 19. Sorry, I forgot how
Nice.
this worked for a second.
19 definitely hits.
Okay.
You don't need to roll.
Okay.
Yes.
As the wolf turns, as it hears the call and it turns to rush away, you duck underneath the swing of the boar, and as the boar kind of obscures your vision, and then so your vision is blocked of the wolf as this screech comes out, and then as the head of the boar raises, you get a clear line of sight as the wolf turns, and you immediately take in what it's doing. It's rushing towards Reggie, who is you didn't see it happen, but all of a sudden he's in some crates. You don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
His legs
And
are
as this
sticking
thing turns to rush away, you realize that it has just gotten out of range of your sword, and you just quickly, without even having to charge it up, you just immediately release this burst of lightning beam energy that cuts through this thing and just bisects it. from behind as just these charred halves of it scatter across the ground.
I like the
All right.
visual of this Quetzalcoatl sitting there. It nods its head at the wolf, who like nods and turns to run and just gets cut in half, and then just like looks at the board, just like turns, nods, and the board's just like
fuck that, dude. No shot. So yeah, this thing is pissed off, and it is. What is it gonna do?
How much fear do you have?
2.
It's gonna give it back to us.
Oh, that was a fear actually. So I have 1.
Oh wow.
Can't even make the boar move. It has to attempt to go attack Reggie itself. It'll get it out of range, and it has this opportunity. So it's gonna burn its last fear to again try to leave your range. It's gonna
Attack of opportunity.
now that the wing is no longer pinned to the ground. Yeah, attack of opportunity.
It'll be to roll another crazy thing.
Give me that other wing.
So first, I'm gonna do the exact same thing. He's not going anywhere. Come on. 18.
Hey, there we go.
Definitely succeed. Sorry you didn't crit. You fucker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually not gonna do the attack. I'm just gonna make sure he stays here.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this
Yeah.
time he turns and tries to fly away, and you, under your arm, just grab its tail and just dig your sword into the stonework, and it starts to try to lift off, and it like stops like a dog on a chain and lands back on the ground and starts clawing into the ground, trying to pull itself out of your grip. As you're just like straining, the muscles in your neck and your shoulder are bulging as your sword is dug into the ground, and you're keeping this thing from pulling you away. That's its turn. I mean, they're out of fear, and the spotlight shifts back to you guys.
Okay, I'm gonna. No, I'm just kidding.
There's
Ozzy, go.
as Syndrix
I'm holding it
grabs
down
the
for
tail
you.
and just kind of like lifts it up as it like turns back to look at him. There's just be like a little swirl of water bubbling underneath him as Oz is gonna make an attack against the Quetz.
Do it.
That is going to be a sick 12 with fear.
Oh,
Love it.
We're getting
Love
so
it.
unlucky.
That does fail and with fear.
Alright,
So
I'm gonna hit.
as
Give it a
you
shot.
Yeah.
are you just using your normal attack with your staff? You're just flavoring
Yep.
it differently? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So you launch out, you see a small pool of water in the stonework, and you reach your staff forward, and it starts to ripple, and it creates that same water whip that goes to lash up at this thing. It's going to pull back, seeing that you're casting, and it's going to I'm going to say it's going to scrape its claws against the ground and kick up a cloud of like pebbles and debris at you, which like clouds your vision, and you have to, it stops you mid-attack, so the whip doesn't fully form. And it's like a little bit of pot. Yeah, you have an invisibility cloak somehow.
I was gonna say I hid behind my
Kind of
shield, but like,
incredible, yeah.
that's awesome.
So we'll say that it does obscure your vision, and it sort of pocket sands you, and so you will also have vulnerability for the next attack made against you, as it shifts back to them. So not that they can fucking take advantage of it. He is going to again attempt to use his breath as he turns and just covers this whole area in another layer of steam.
17.
You know what's crazy? I'm supposed to be marking a stress for that, so I take that back 100%, and I'm going to put him at full stress. So you guys don't have... I think it's probably actually about right, the amount of times I've cast it.
Yeah.
9.
So it's vulnerable now?
it's not like we're
Not
doing
nice.
stress to him.
I
Yeah.
think you got.
So he's at full
I failed
stress, it
every
doesn't
time
matter.
except once, so I think you've done it 4 times, and that was the 5th, maybe.
Okay, then this is the last one, because he has
Okay.
5 stress.
6.
So this does still do this, because it's
Okay.
certainly going to use all of its resources.
Makes sense.
17.
Okay, fuck you.
Oh, I only got
I get to
11.
re-roll.
Why?
Because you said psych on the first one, and then you said double psych. So my first roll was technically a psych.
Yeah.
No.
10.
Right? Okay. So you guys both fail again. It learns one of your fears, and it gains a fear for each of you.
Is that a stress for me?
No,
Do I
it's not a
mark a
stress.
stress for that?
You don't mark a stress. It just gains 2 fear. That's the
Yeah.
more important thing.
Okay.
Dang it.
Um,
You're right.
So it... I mean, I know you guys are vulnerable. It can't get away from this stupid fucking dragon, so it's going to turn around. I'm going to use the first attack to just attack you straight up. It's
Okay.
going to use its claw. So Peerless Accuracy is a failure. The attack is a 10. It swings down, and you parry again. And it angrily, and I angrily use another fear for another Peerless Accuracy, which is a success. Your evasion is halved. And it rolls a 19 plus stuff.
Oh.
So it's angrily just swiping and swiping and swiping, and eventually one gets through. And that is
I hold it down.
17 points of damage. As you release the first one you parry as it's turning around towards you. And the second time you see the other claw coming down, you have to release its tail to try to bring your sword up to stop it, but it's too late as it catches you up on the shoulder, and one of the claws pierces up through the collarbone. Are you going to mark any armor for that?
I did. I took 1 armor to mark that down to minor.
Okay. So you
Nice.
take your minor damage. It is going to use its third attack and just try to get through you so it can get to the other 2.
Okay.
Dude, that teleport was huge.
Yes.
Teleport
What?
plus fucking attack of opportunities has been a killer for a
crazy.
flying enemy. Oh, I didn't even roll. I mean, it did actually succeed in Peerless Accuracy to have your evasion, but it also rolled another 19, so it didn't matter. It's going to attack again. This time doing 14 physical damage.
Yeah, I'm gonna mark another armor.
As again, it clamps down with one of its claws, and then it pulls you towards itself as it goes to bite down. And you pull out just in time, pull out of its claw just in time as the jaws come down around you. And this time you just stick the sword up, and it like stabs into the roof of its mouth, but not before the bottom jaw clamps up and digs through the front of your armor and scrapes against you as it pulls back away and rears up. You're bloodied and
Yeah,
have taken
it's
some
insane.
damage now, and the armor is looking like it's wearing a little thin,
There's a
but
small pool of blood forming at my feet.
God's damn it if you're not still standing.
Dead.
It's out of fear.
Still
The
alive.
spotlight shifts to you guys.
It's out of fear? You have no fear?
Correct.
Interesting. Does anyone
Gruesome.
have a...
I tried last time. Didn't work
Okay.
out. So-
I actually have something.
Reggie, do you want to fuck this up, or do you want to
Yeah,
listen?
yeah, I want to... yeah. Do I need to make an action roll to get out of these crates?
No.
Okay. I'm going to move
Just roll with hope.
to
And
within,
succeed.
very close range of this thing. And I'm going to cast Slumber. So, this is a spellcast roll against him. That is a... Gosh. Oh, that's a 9. 16. And that's with hope.
Oh,
There we go.
God.
16 succeeds. You step forward and pull yourself out of the rubble and kind of dust yourself off as you stand up and kind of hobble forward, limping across as your ankle doesn't feel great after that tumble. You reach forward and you release this spell. What does your spell look like?
I place a hand on him, and...
Oh, you're going to touch him? That's melee. You're in very
Okay.
close
No,
range.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
Unless you want to get to melee.
Nope. I like slam my staff into the ground next to me, and this purple burst like boom comes out from all sides, but then coalesce and goes and basically like hits this thing in the face, and a cloud, and as it fades, it's asleep.
Okay, so You smack the ground, and this purple, like almost shadow beneath the staff goes out and drifts out in front of you. And then as it lifts out of the ground, it forms this like purple kind of soft bubble that then propels itself towards his face and pops. You see this like mist, almost like a spore cloud around its face, as it like screeches out, and then the sound becomes softer as it collapses down. You hear gentle snoring.
You have to use a fear to wake him up. That's the only way you can get him back.
Mm-hmm.
What about a blade through his cranium?
Hope
Would that wake him up?
It was with hope, so spotlight still
Yeah.
still on. I do think that once you take an attack action against them, they wake up also.
Yes, it does say that. It's
Yeah.
either until it takes damage or if you use fear
Yeah.
to wake him up.
And you can just hack the boar behind you.
Yeah. Do either of you want to go?
Yes.
Then do it.
Okay, I am going to attack Big Bird. And I think I am just going to kind of like climb on top of him and just thrust my sword straight down, like at the back of his neck is where I'm aiming.
Okay. The link down B.
So I'm going to use my
Nice.
Seaborn token, my last one, to get a +1 to this roll. And
I feel like you should have advantage because he's asleep, but it doesn't say that.
I think you do.
that's very clutch. 11.
Roll a d6. I think incapacitated. There's certainly a condition that would justify the attacks made against them. Would make it. He's definitely vulnerable, which would give advantage. Which I think is the condition that would apply.
That is a 14 with hope.
Ooh, with hope.
14 is the difficulty class.
Yes!
Nice.
Let's go.
So you succeed.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So,
Nice.
with that hope,
Yeah.
Nice.
with that hope, I'm going to add another Slayer die. And I am going to roll damage for this attack.
Yes, you are.
Not good enough. 15, 15, and I'm going to roll both of my Slayer die.
Nice. Kill it.
Colby, say it.
Nice.
That was a good one, actually. That one wasn't bad.
Not good enough.
How many times do you get to use not good enough?
Just as whenever I roll
Right,
my
but you have
damage
to take the
dice,
outcome, right?
I
You
can
have to take
re-roll
the
any
second one.
1s or 2s.
So it's not limited. It's
Yeah.
just like you might roll a 1 if you rolled a 2, I guess. You know, so it could be technically worse, though low odds.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
I believe it says you have to use the outcome, the other outcome.
It just says when you roll your damage dice, you can re-roll any 1s or 2s. It's one sentence.
Oh, it's up
I
for
would say that
interpretation.
I would say you have to use the second one, because otherwise we'll be here all day.
Okay. Well, okay.
Otherwise, you should
fine.
just roll a D3.
That's
and
true,
just use
yeah.
3, 4, 5.
21 damage.
21 damage. Holy shit. Well,
That's
that
what
is,
I'm talking about.
That is still only major to it.
No way.
It has this thick hide that's reinforced with extra flesh, but also
What a
like
waste.
scales.
Hey, it
in
was with
areas.
hope. It's still our turn.
It is still your turn. As that blade sinks in, though, it does screech out in pain as it wakes up. Oh shit! I forgot about the tick down. That's you went at least twice. Reggie went. All right, we'll say it's at 1 because I think I totally lost track.
All right. Well, I guess everyone's doing cool things. I guess it's going to be Oz's turn, maybe.
Give it a shot.
Do I even have any resources? No. Okay. Well, I'll attack the thing to see what happens.
Yeah, do it. Give it a shot, dude.
Yeah,
yourself
give
out
it a shot. It is going to be a 14.
14 as established
Yeah.
is
Yes.
the difficulty
shit.
class.
Oh, I thought it was 15. Oh, yep.
No.
Nope. Never
Come
mind.
14
I already
just
forgot.
hits.
Is that with hope?
It is with hope.
Yes.
Ah.
Now we're rolling, boys.
So resources.
We deserve this.
So you're not a
Yeah.
complete piece of shit. All right,
I'm
guys, he
not
can
a
stay.
complete
He
piece
can
of
stay.
shit. Hooray! 6 damage.
Hey, 6
Hey.
damage is so at this point the blade sticking through it, pinning it to the ground. It rears up and screams in pain and looks wide-eyed at the rest of you. It looks cornered and more like a beast than it has this entire fight. Oz, the dust clears in front of you as you swing your shield, clearing it, and bring up your staff. And that same pool of water starts to spin into like a little spiral and then up into a whip that swings down. And as this thing roars out in your direction, it just slices through both of its, like one whole set of eyes down the side of its head as blood squirts out. And it's like turning its head wildly trying to get a feel for the situation as you've blinded it on half of its body. It is looking
Nice.
very injured and ready to get the fuck out of here and nervous. Spotlight's still on you guys.
I would like to cast Slumber and set up this kill for Syndrix.
Yes.
Don't roll with fear.
I know. So, I unfortunately rolled with fear. And not only that, but I rolled an 8.
Okay.
Dude,
so,
I already told you once that you're supposed to roll high and
Wait! Well, it doesn't matter. It was an 11. I forgot to add my modifier.
you scared the fuck out. I thought you like accidentally crit and didn't realize it was a crit.
No.
That was not. Yeah, that did not necessitate that reaction. Anyway, you
Actually, I'm gonna use 2 stress. No,
Okay.
never mind.
Yeah,
Because
it'll
I
still
failed.
go
I
to
failed.
Yeah, it'll still go to him.
You can go now.
Okay. As you step forward, seeing this thing blinded on its last leg, you reach out and attempt to cast that same spell to put it to sleep. And as you do, it turns and the row of eyes on the left side of its body lock eyes with yours. And there's a moment of that same sensation that your allies have now felt of fear, of this thing seeing through you and knowing what it can do to hurt you. And you freeze up. You do mark a stress. And it is going to take its action immediately. The first thing it's going to do, it does have
Sorry,
one
guys.
fear now. The first thing it's going to do for its spotlight free action is it's going to try to get the fuck out of here. So,
It's countdown is down, right?
Oh yeah.
oh, you're right. Thank you
Yeah.
for reminding me. Countdown flips back up, and as it does, it's going to scream out in this horrible pain, and all the holes that you've created in its body and all of the wounds that were already there emit this horrible gas that fills the area. Now all of you are close enough, so you'll all be affected by it. Technically, Reggie's never failed one of these checks, though, right? So
That's
Yeah.
correct.
it just knows the two of you. So you're going to have disadvantage, but everybody still rolls.
Instinct.
Instinct.
Oh, that's good at least.
16.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay, 18
Nice.
With disadvantage?
with disadvantage.
With disadvantage, I got 21.
Oh
Jesus.
man. Let's go.
At this point, seeing this thing pinned to the ground by Syndrix and blinded by Oz, put to sleep by Reggie, these
Quick,
fears that it's
quick,
trying
everybody's
to
down.
pump into your brains have no impact. You see through this thing's front. You're more than capable of dealing with this threat. You shrug it off, no effect. Okay, it is still going to try to use its first action to get the fuck out of here. So it's going to try to take off.
You hear that?
I hear it.
You know what that
Can you whisper what you're going to do into the mic?
Attack of opportunity.
Oh,
Come on, baby.
No way.
It's a double 4, dude.
Yay!
So fucked.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my god. So, the blade's already in there. I'm just gonna push it even deeper to kind of.
Hey, Syndrix. You don't need to roll for your damage.
Let's go! I just push the blade down one side, all the way down until it touches stone, pull it back the other way, and then just rip off this creature's head with my bare hands.
I love it. Okay, so you have this thing pinned down
The
through.
boar watching us this whole time. Just...
You have this thing
You're
pinned
next.
down through its ribs. As it tries to lift off, you actually step onto its left wing. The right wing still tattered from where you tore it before. The left wing starts to raise up, and you just step down on it, pinning it to the ground, pulling your sword out with that pressure, and then you bring the sword back down right into the base of its neck, right through the spine, and you just hear this like defeated yelp, and then you hear just crunching and tearing as you see Syndrix pull the blade back and forth, ripping through bone and this thick hide and whatever horrible liquid is oozing out of this thing as its head starts to get carved. And he reaches up and grabs onto that fin that's protruding from the top of its head and pulls as he drags the blade through, pulls with his other arm, and you just hear this horrible, sickening snapping and ripping sound as the head is totally freed from the body.
Let's go.
Nice.
Nice.
I don't have enough
Whoa.
fear tokens for the boar to take a turn.
He's stunned. In fear.
So it stands there, as if
You'll-
deactivated,
Oh.
just breathing heavily, staring down at this whole situation.
You'll never guess what I want to try. No, I'm just kidding. I failed enough on trying to put things to sleep. You guys can go.
You go for it.
I will walk a ways from the group. Just not enough to take a turn. Don't you fucking charge me. And I'll attack him.
Okay. What's your range on your attack?
It's close.
Okay.
It's. I think I'm gonna miss. It's with hope, but
Nice.
it's an 8.
This thing is pretty thick-hided, so it's actually harder to hit. So that is a fail.
Yeah.
As you strike against it, it kind of cuts through some of the flesh. Was it with hope?
With hope.
It cuts through some of the flesh, and it opens up a small wound, but doesn't pierce through enough layers of skin to actually see any damage. And it doesn't move, doesn't react to the attack at all.
Oh.
All right.
Is that hound still around?
Dead.
He killed the hound.
The only
already.
thing
Opportunity
alive
attack.
is the boar.
I mean, essentially, then we're done with. Unless we just want to kill it.
As you kind of right yourselves, Syndrix, you turn, one hand still grasping the crest of this thing, but its head is bigger than you are, or about the same size. So you're just like separating it from its body, but holding it up upright so the sail's kind of up in the air. As you turn, blade drawn, covered in gore and that ichor. Reggie, as you right yourself with your staff ready. And Oz, as you stand with the water whip still attached to the end of your staff. There's a blast of energy from above on the roof as just this hole is torn through the side of the boar. It doesn't react. And then another is torn, and another. And it starts to just collapse from the midsection of its body as ichor starts to slough out in big waves. And you glance up at the rooftop, and you see silhouetted figures standing at the top. As large wings unfurl from behind their backs, and they lift off and lower themselves down, landing across from you. You see a tall, nearly taller than Syndrix if they were to stand at full height, long, curved down neck, long beak, a nearly 7+ foot tall humanoid heron that steps forward wielding some kind of polearm, but the end of the polearm in the middle of the halberd seems to have almost like this rune enchanted tube that's glowing and smoking with energy. As it steps forward, you see other avian humanoids swoop down, and then seemingly out of nowhere, out of alleys on the other sides of you, you see a large, hard, almost shelled creature with blue flesh. Any of these enormous pincers that come off of its shoulders, with smaller arms underneath them clutching weapons. You see almost aquatic-looking species of humanoids with more human features, with webbed, fin-like ears and crests. Duller coloration, but with brighter cheeks. You see an enormous, kind of hulking, rotund catfish-like figure with big, wisping tentacles or antenna, or almost like a mustache coming off of the sides of its head, of its face. As the heron figure steps forward and says, "Manuis, Nolimovu," brings his halberd down to you. "Amadepon, Amadepon, Kisestevo, Kiso, and looks over at the fallen creature. Kind of brings his weapon back to himself. Benikumnalo. Turns and starts to walk away. And just then, the big catfish steps forward and says, "Marata!" And he turns and looks back at the catfish. Looks back at the things on the ground. Says, "Eos vider David." The catfish steps back. And they circle around you, all wielding strange weapons with runes carved into the sides of them. The catfish is carrying this almost like a cannon, but with handles on the top, again with these runes enchanted all along the sides. They circle you, and they seem to be egging you on in a direction. Weapons drawn and at the ready, but not pointed. You don't seem to be prisoners, but you're definitely being escorted.
I'll turn to Cindrix and Reginald and... How long was that fight? How did these people completely surround us in that time? Whatever. Away we go.
I hear your subtle dig at the narrative of this, and I counter with, there is actually a narrative explanation, you just don't know it yet. So why don't you go fuck yourself?
Well, that's fine. That's in character.
Okay. So they surround you and they start to escort you. And they escort you towards the canal. And you see the wall opens across the way. And this almost like impossibly long bridge is extended out across as you guys are all led across this
This is towards the
canal. Towards the giant wall into the center district, yeah. You're led across and into first a courtyard that's beautifully maintained. This whole castle area is extravagant and large enough to maintain a sizable population. The castle itself, which is inside, is extravagantly designed with veins, as you saw out in the city itself, of different precious metals that weave around, forming patterns that perfectly highlight this organic but rigid construction, as if it's inspired by the crystalline structures that these gems were mined from. This inner stronghold is surrounded by these grounds that have been sort of turned into a makeshift city. There's markets and homes. It's still holding a sizable population. The central structure itself is located inside of its own moat, which is not connected to the outside waters, but instead constructed canal that's dug into the base, with walls, but doors that are seemingly constantly held open with bridges in all directions. You see kind of a crowd start to gather on either side as you guys are escorted back through. You see all sorts of races of individuals or ancestries of individuals. Several avian, so different types of birds. You see, similar to that, almost like crayfish style humanoid, you see a small family of axolotl humanoids that are kind of guarding their small children that are peeking out and trying to get a better view of whatever the fuck's going on. And near the gate, you see these enormous, like the size of giants in Tulnira, but they are gray-skinned, big, tusked mouths. These look like some kind of hippo race that also exists here, but you don't see very many of them. You see an old man salamander that's kind of totally socially unaware and has to be escorted out of the way of the group that's being carried in.
Oh, that'll be me in a few years, I'm sure.
You are taken into that central stronghold, and you make your way through beautiful hallways that are well kept, with white stone and those same veins of precious metals, until you're taken to a small waiting room where there's still guards surrounding you at all times. And you're left there.
So, who saw political prisoners as an option for the mob?
Yeah, not really what I was expecting.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on too. I think while we're here, might be a good time to recoup a little bit.
All these guards around? You can
Well, it
rest
doesn't-
easy, huh?
Well, that's true. Doesn't seem like we're going anywhere though. Did you
Well.
understand what they were saying?
Oh, no, not at all.
Me neither. So we're like
You're-
in a cellar, or like a cell.
No. You're
Yeah, we're-
it's like a waiting room.
Yeah,
It just
we're in,
looks like
the
a
lobby
holding
of this-
chamber. It's
I
not
understand now.
like, and there are guards. Again, they're not pointing their weapons at you, but they're definitely watching you closely.
Okay.
You wait for an uncomfortable amount of time. Your wounds start to nag at you until eventually that heron comes back out. He gestures, and you guys are led into a small office. Small by the standards of this place, but back in Tulnira, this would have been a beautiful library. You see walls covered in tomes, a beautiful, ornately carved wooden desk. Behind it, you see a small, relatively, avian humanoid female. This one, the head larger than you would expect for the size of the body, and a long beak. Kind of bluish coloration that has faded with time. They look older in their years. Take small spectacles off of the beak. Set them on the table. They exchange words with the guard. And then stand and leave. Just into a side chamber. Come back out with a small tome unlock it, clear their throat, and then you kind of, even with the language barrier, notice them awkwardly stumbling through some incantation that doesn't work, and then doesn't work, and then try it again, and eventually you feel this energy, kind of a wave of energy, expand and cover everybody in the room. And you hear,
I hope I did that correctly. Can you understand me?
We can now. Can you understand us?
Yes. Good.
Whew.
Good. Welcome to Oramundi.